Audio check.
Audio check.
Alright, sounds good. All right.
All right.
Okay, Stream Elements is active. Lord Orfeo has arrived, casting Spooky Saturdays, Alan Wake Remastered. Actually, let me just do that. Good, good. Alright, good evening everyone, good evening, and welcome to Spooky Saturdays. I am your host, Lord Orfeo, and tonight we are continuing our survival horror adventure game from Remedy Entertainment called Alan Wake Remastered. But first, our usual announcements to allow our other viewers the opportunity to join us for tonight's show. As I just said, my name is Lord Orfeo. I stream 7 days a week, Monday through Friday, from 6 o'clock in the evening to 9 o'clock at night, as well as Saturdays through Sundays, from 8 o'clock at night to 11 o'clock at night. Two things to keep in mind about my stream times. One, all stream times are for the Eastern US time zone, so please do adjust accordingly. And two, the end times to each of my streams may be extended. It really just depends upon my personal energy level and the level of enthusiasm for whatever it is that I happen to be streaming that night. To give an example, yesterday's stream, Franchise Fridays, where we typically stream AAA games, was scheduled to be a 3-hour stream, as all of my streams are. It turned into an 11.5-hour stream. It was actually 11 hours and like 27 minutes. So it can far surpass the 3-hour marker. It really, again, just depends upon my energy level and the level of enthusiasm for whatever it is we're streaming. Also, know that I stream something different for each and every day of the week. So Mondays are typically indie games. Tuesdays, retro games. Wednesdays, we have a weekly Just Chatting stream. Thursdays are role-playing games. Fridays, AAA games. Saturdays, horror games. Sundays, full motion video games. So if any of those stream themes are of interest to you, then I hope to see you again during the week. And now, with our announcements out of the way, let us return to the stream of the day. So again, we are here with Alan Wake Remastered from Remedy Entertainment. Let's see here. But first, let me say something about the Spooky Saturdays streams. I know that some of you love horror, and some of you are very much averse to it. My recommendation is to see what game I'll actually be streaming on Spooky Saturdays. It could be something dark and gory, or it could be something more lighthearted. Almost like a family horror game, like a Scooby-Doo game. So either extreme may find its way into this stream. For Alan Wake, I would say it's somewhere in the middle. Though it really isn't that gory. Actually, there's no gore in Alan Wake at all. But it is quite spooky and does have some violence in it. So be aware. But getting to Alan Wake. So this is the story of a troubled author named Alan Wake, who embarks on a desperate search for his missing wife Alice. Along the way, he'll battle crazed humans and beings of darkness whose only weakness is the light. Tonight, we'll be venturing through Episode 4 on Nightmare Mode difficulty, doing our best to simply survive. However, due to Episode 4 being the longest episode in the game, or at least I feel like it's the longest episode in the game, we're only going through the first half of the episode. The second half will be saved for next Saturday. So, with our announcements, as I have said earlier, out of the way, let us jump into the stream of the day. Alright, let me affix my headset to my head. There we are. I have my coffee. As has become tradition for our spooky Saturday streams. Thanks to Alan Wake Remastered, actually. This was started as sort of an in-game, what would you call it? An in-game, not really a challenge, but something funny, I guess, to do to harmonize with the events in-game. Where every time I found a coffee thermos, which are, there are a series of coffee thermoses scattered throughout the game as collectibles, I would take a sip of coffee. Of course, I didn't know at the time there were 100 coffee thermoses scattered throughout the game, so the first session where I did this kind of had me pretty wired. But ever since then, there's no more coffee thermoses to find now, I found them all. But ever since then, the tradition has carried on, where every spooky Saturday, I have at least with me one cup of coffee. And today is something a bit exciting for me as a coffee lover. So typically I order my coffee from Joffrey's Coffee and Tea Company, which is a cafe that I used to work at. And great coffee there, really good. And I've been trying each of their flavors one at a time. However, I went to someone else's stream, another streamer friend of mine named Barb, and she has a promotion going on with a company, a Canadian coffee company called Rampage Coffee, and I thought I'd give it a try, as I'm a coffee lover, and I ordered some samples, and that's actually what I'm going to be drinking tonight. Tonight is the very first cup of coffee that I've had from their coffee offerings, and it is called Riot. It is a medium blend coffee, and it is quite tasty. Tastier than I thought it would be. Not that I thought it would be bad, I thought it would maybe be a little above average, but no, it is quite good. So, if you would like to give this coffee a try, there we go. I'll put her affiliate link into the chat, and if you click on it, she'll get a bit of credit. And I get no credit. This is just purely for her, because this is how I discovered it. And you'll also get 10% off your order. So you save some money, and you get to help out a streamer friend of mine if you are a coffee liker, lover, aficionado. One of those. Maybe all of those? I don't know. Anyway. Back we go to the game. So, before we dive in, we left off at the very beginning of episode 4. Before we dive straight into that, we're going to go into extras, playback, cinematics, Because if I just launch an episode 4 now, you're just going to jump right into the gameplay. So we're going to see the videos that took place leading into episode 4. Okay. So here we go. Previously on Alan Wake, episode 4.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that Ryder just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Episode 4, The Truth. Alright, one more video and then we'll launch into the game. Waking up at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice.
There you go, Alan.
Hartman. I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
Alright, let us continue our Nightmare Mode difficulty playthrough.
Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus.
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
Yeah, I see you brought your pet gorilla with you, so sure, I'm calm. I get the message, loud and clear.
Quite right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk in some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good.
Typewriter, plenty of paper, really nice view. So this is our third playthrough of Alan Wake Remastered. Typically with games, I am one and done. I play it, I try to squeeze as much enjoyment as I can out of a game, and then I move on to the next. However, I enjoyed my playthrough of Alan Wake Remastered so much, and I never got to play Alan Wake when it was originally released, but I enjoyed my normal run playthrough, or normal mode run playthrough of Alan Wake Remastered so much that I didn't want to leave this world. In fact, I didn't even hop into the DLC yet. I wanted to play it again, and that's because I decided that I want to go for the Platinum Trophy. This is being streamed directly for PlayStation 4. Typically when it comes to Platinum Trophies, I only go after them for one of two reasons. Either one, the game is ridiculously easy and you can just kind of get the Platinum on the way without really doing much, or I love the game so much that I want the Platinum Trophy as a testament to how much I love this game, or whatever game I happen to get the Platinum in. This game is certainly not the first. It is not easy to get the Platinum, but I really, really do love this game, and so I decided that I'm going to put in the work to go for the Platinum Trophy, to collect all of its achievements. And so after normal mode, we did our second playthrough in easy mode to get some chapter-specific trophies, and now we're playing through our final time in Nightmare Mode difficulty, essentially hard mode. And the goal is to beat all of the episodes in the game and collect the hidden manuscript pages that only appear in Nightmare Mode. Now, again, we're only going through the first half of episode 4 today, as, again, I feel this is the longest episode in the game. And there aren't actually any Nightmare Mode exclusive manuscript pages in this first half of the episode. So really, it's just going to be about survival. Hopefully we'll be able to pull this off. I'm very excited to try and get the Platinum in this game, but I haven't gotten a Platinum, I would say, in a really hard game in a long time. And Alan Wake, excuse me, Alan Wake on normal difficulty isn't that hard, but on hard mode, it can be a bit of a challenge. So this does make me a bit nervous, a bit anxious, but I'm looking forward to it at the same time. Looking forward to the challenge, the story, the characters, getting further in, and especially reading the manuscript pages that we couldn't read before because we couldn't obtain them in any other way except for Nightmare Mode difficulty. So I think this is gonna be good. But again, we're just trying to survive the clinic, and this is one of the breather episodes, or what I call the breather episodes. Or at least the first half is, because the first half of episode 4 takes place in this clinic. It's daytime. There's no danger. We just get to walk around, take a tour, talk to some people, and that's it. And then the second half, we have to escape. But otherwise, this is one of the more enjoyable moments of the game. I like these times in Alan Wake Remastered where we just get to kind of stand and look out the window and look at the beautiful graphics and just get to enjoy being at ease and not having to worry about always being in danger. So, also, again, this game looks absolutely stunning with the remaster. Remedy Entertainment really put in some great work. Again, this is natively an Xbox 360 game, and they up-res the visuals for what are now last-gen consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One. It's also on PC via the Epic Game Store. And you can really see the difference in quality. You can even see like the individual threading on his jacket. I don't know if you can really quite make that out on stream. I know this is being streamed in 720p. I'm looking at it on a 1080p monitor. But yeah, it really goes in depth with detail. You can see his eyelashes, the little marks on his beard. It's really, really well done. The fluffiness of his hair. They paid so much attention to graphics and animation in this game. It's just unreal. There's plenty of games that were built from the ground up to be PlayStation 4 games. Not necessarily exclusives, but last generation games that didn't have to be ported over from a previous generation, whose graphics aren't this good. So, well done, Remedy. Really, really well done. Alright, let's go ahead and continue walking through the game here. And another nice little feature, I can toggle the camera over different shoulders, which is something I really like. For combat, I typically like the camera over the right shoulder. Maybe that's because I'm right-handed. I don't know. But depending on the situation, I might go left.
This corridor is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course. I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge. I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together. This way, Alan.
Wooden elevator. Very nice. Hardwood floor.
Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So I'm just going to say this. Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable state until you understand and accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you. We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
It's all in your head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you've concocted in your mind? You're a skeptic by nature. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically. I never get tired of this view. Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now, we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't want to admit that you're not well? It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him talk. Hartman obviously loved his own voice. His words echoed madly inside my head. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands to stay
You need
focused.
to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery. Come along. Let's go inside. Now here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Scary, scary, scary.
Emerson.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so you won't be scared. But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay. Sorry.
Boo. That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on
Elbow
video
strike.
games.
Oh, yeah.
It's trash, of course, but it does involve
Get him
some
to the head.
small creative effort, which makes him receptive to my therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
I like how they insult video games. They kind of poke fun at themselves. That's funny.
You might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
Oh, hello. I've painted you.
Okay.
I was just struck by inspiration a couple of days ago. Dr. Hartman wanted me to paint landscapes, and that's what I was doing. But now I've been doing these things, a lot of them. The images just keep coming. Dr. Hartman likes them. He has them in his office.
Yeah?
He's very proud of me. He says I'm getting much better. I think I'm getting better. Well, I guess I'd better start wrapping this up. The storm is almost here. Look at that. I'd hate to be out there tonight.
Me too. That's no normal storm. The darkness is coming. Oh yeah, it is. Look at that. You might not have noticed that. I did. It's hard to kind of make out, but there's some dirt smudges on the window. That's cool. That's some attention to detail. They didn't have to do that. They could have just left it a pure clear pane of glass, but they chose to add those smudges on there to make it look more realistic, to make it look like a place where the crew's trying to keep up. The staff is trying to keep the place tight, but it's not perfect. Adds a sense of realism. I don't remember this before. That's weird. A piece of artwork. Welcome to Cauldron Lake Lodge. We're here to give you the specialized help you need. However, please observe the following. Please ask friends and family to schedule visits beforehand to ensure they don't interfere with your therapy and/or periods of creativity. Also, please respect your fellow patients' need for privacy and personal space, especially when they're engaged in their creative processes. Be patient. Typically, our patients have long-term creative problems, and they won't be solved overnight. Give yourself permission to take the time you need. Bear in mind that you're voluntarily receiving treatment that has been specifically tailored for you. Engagement therapy and its sister method, the flow, work best when you are actively engaged in shaping them. If you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to voice them.
My rheumatism's killing me. There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
I hope it wipes this place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Tor. They had a... Should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark. Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room. Try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer.
Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny. Yeah! Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
Say, you're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm.
The Anderson Farm. Valhalla!
We wrote it all down, lest we'd forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message.
Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
My head was clearing up, or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Tom, got any booze on you?
Yeah, no. Sorry,
we have
guys.
a stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own formula. Local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up. Makes you remember like moonbeams on the brain.
Oh, I just noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll.
Tom just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch.
She used us all. Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch.
And my ravens. What were they? Memory and thought, the hag.
She took something from you too, didn't she? That's what she does.
We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, a god.
Nightmare shifted in the sleep in the darkness of the lake.
Yeah, that's the one. She makes sure it comes out twisted and wrong. Just ask the lamp lady. She knows what happened to that other rider.
She's been using you, boy, and you let her. You went and opened the door for her, didn't you?
Now, it was already open a crack. And whose fault is that? We're morally corrupt, disease-ridden, old and stupid.
Doesn't mean he had to open it all the way, goddammit.
So tired. Built the farm close to the lake. A place of power.
We had parties there, man. You should go there and have a party.
That Bob Balder through the amp through the window. Hit that hippie chick in the back of the head. 15 stitches and a concussion. Bob's dead now. Leukemia.
Stitches, snitches, and narcs, man. Bad scene.
I am tired, man. So tired.
home.
Aww. These two are probably my favorite characters in the game. The Night Springs board game. They could totally make an Alan Wake board game, and I would order it and play it if I had someone to play it with. Alright. See you guys later. Oh, that's true. They did just give me a page, didn't they? I think there's only one page. Yeah, there's only one page missing this entire episode that's marked for Nightmare Mode difficulty, and that's in the second half. So we'll get to that eventually. I hope it's nowhere difficult to reach. Usually, or at least it has been for the first 3 episodes, that the Nightmare Mode difficulty page has been usually along the main path, or very, very close to the main path. It hasn't really required you to do anything like really dangerous, like go run off into the middle of nowhere when you're surrounded by enemies to find something. So I really appreciate that, considering that these pages are, again, on the hardest difficulty mode. I guess we can go through the page we got. Thomas Zane's writing and assistant.
Zane could feel the poems taking form, shaping things. As he experimented, he imagined he could almost feel the power surging through the keys of the typewriter. It exhilarated him. But there was fear, too. If not for his young assistant, Emil, he would have given it up. But Emil convinced him otherwise. He, too, had a way with words.
Return to your room. Dr. Hartman has left Wake alone and told him that he should return to his room and attempt writing, because it is vital to the therapy. Now, he said Emil was Thomas Zane's writing assistant. So who is Emil? I actually didn't know this until this playthrough. I was like, who's Emil? I don't get who it is. Let's see. Here we go. That's Emil. Emil is the doctor. Dr. Emil Hartman. So, the reason I didn't know that is because he's never called Emil Hartman in conversation in this game. He's just called Dr. Hartman. No one ever says his first name. And in the manuscript pages, and as you'll see later on during this episode, during the first half of this episode, the graffitied writing on the walls mention Emil, but they never mention Dr. Hartman. They just mention Emil. So because those two words are never used together, or those two names are never used together in the same sentence, we never piece that together, that Emil is Hartman. At least not in this episode. It might have been said earlier, like in episode 1 or 2. But this is episode 4, and so, unless you have like a really good memory for just that little snippet of information, you probably don't connect the two. But yes, the pages that talk about our Emil are talking about the doctor. That is so weird. I really don't remember seeing that at all. That looks like her, though. The Lady of the Lake, or the Barbara Jagger there, Woman in Black on the bottom. And it looks like she's controlling darkness that's coming out of the middle, but there's also a puddle of water, so it's like she controls the power of darkness beneath the surface of the water. Some more artwork. And I like that. It's like they put vertical scan lines in the painting to make it seem like the cloth or the canvas that this painting is on actually has some sort of texture to it. That was a nice little touch. I like that. Oh, he's scared of the storm. Okay. I kind of hope we get more time with these characters in Alan Wake 2. I don't think we will. Maybe in Alan Wake 3, but not in Alan Wake 2. And I'm not going to spoil why I think that. But if you make it all the way to the end of this mode's playthrough with me, you'll have an idea why. Again, beautiful view, great water. You can see the light reflecting off the ripples. You can hear the croon of the water. Nice mountains. Darkness is creeping up all around us to surround the lodge. Good texture work on the wood. Big fan of graphics. They're not the most important thing, but they are important. Not gonna lie.
Hey, Wake, why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? Typewriter's in your room. You can get to your room by those stairs, Wake.
Maybe I got here too late. I thought if you got here that they'd be talking about something, but maybe you have to choose between conversations. Maybe we could have heard him talk or them talk, I don't know. Ah, Creepy's here. Alan Wake and Bake. Hey Creepy, how are you doing tonight? Yes, we are back with more Alan Wake Remastered.
Hartman wanted me to write. I knew I couldn't, but I figured I should just play along for now. It was the only thing I could do with Nurse Birch watching me like a hawk.
You're alive? That's good. Alive is good. Just got off work and gotta stay up all night. Why is that? It's nice that you're off of work. Do you have like a super early shift and you're like, it's just better to stay up and just go on in rather than try to get any kind of sleep? The Creator's Dilemma. The engaging new book by Dr. Emil Hartman, the author of the best-selling Creative Flow, his groundbreaking techniques, engagement therapy, and the flow explained in his own words. Now available in bookstores across the country. Oh, I see. Because you go to work at midnight tomorrow. I see. So you're trying to stay awake now, at least for maybe the next few hours. You can go to sleep, and then sleep through the day, and then get up and have enough energy for your shift tomorrow night. I gotcha. Well, I hope that you're able to do that. Get some good sleep, wake refreshed, ready for work. You're trying to stay up until 8 o'clock in the morning? Oof. Well, I hope you are able to attain that. Perhaps it will help being in stream and being scared with us. But you're probably going to be a little less scared because you've already beaten this. But then I've beaten this and I'm still scared. Coffee also helps.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think. There's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin. Have been for days, but it's always dark outside. My editor is real. I saw her again. She's not human. It's not human. A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was covered in clinging shadows. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. I think I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
Alan Wake and Bake isn't scary, though. Maybe not to you. Coffee makes you sleepy. It's kind of had that effect on me, too. I don't know why. I don't know. But I have started drinking coffee less. Probably these past few months. And it does seem to help keep me awake. Now I only drink coffee on Saturday nights for our spooky Saturday streams. Redeemed hello, I'm new to stream. Insert Britney Spears reference here. Well, hello creepy. Thank you for stopping by the stream for the first time. Again. Cheers to you. I was commenting earlier, this is a new coffee I'm trying from a Canadian brewing company called Rampage Coffee. Another streamer friend of mine turned me on to it. Typically, I get all my coffee from a place called Joffrey's Coffee and Tea Company. I used to work there. And, but she turned me on to this place, and I figured I'd give it a try. Would throw her some support. And I got a sample pack, and this is my first cup of theirs that I'm trying. It's a medium roast called Riot, and it is pretty tasty. So I look forward to going through the rest of the packs, and it's not bad. I think every once in a while, after I've finished going through all the sample coffee that I received, I'll probably order from there again. I don't know when. I might bounce back and forth between ordering from there and ordering from Joffrey's, but we'll see. Good stuff. Creepy says, I enjoy Death Wish. Pretty good coffee. Oh. Well, what's Death Wish? Is that like really strong coffee? That's her affiliate link to Rampage Coffee. The world's strongest? Ooh. Well, then that might not do it for you. But they do have a strong coffee on that website called C4. And then you also get a packet of that in the trial. I haven't tried it yet, though. And it's supposed to be like extra caffeinated coffee. So I'm pretty sure once I hit that back, it's gonna wire me up pretty well. right now I'm just looking to try to get through the first half of this episode just to escape the clinic, and then I was thinking of calling it a night.
Hartman had mentioned that the power had been acting up. Maybe that was the reason for the generator and the work light on the balcony. The generator hadn't been activated, and there was no key.
Deathwish has 300 milligrams of caffeine per 8-ounce cup of their K-Cups. And their instant coffee pouch. Interesting. 300 milligrams of caffeine. I wonder how much C4 has. I'm curious now. Let me see here. Nope, it doesn't say. It's just called C4 Smooth Extreme Caffeine Blend, but it doesn't say how much caffeine is in it. Well, if you ever decide to try it yourself, maybe you could let me know how hard it kicks compared to your coffee. I would like to try Deathwish, though. Like, I'm willing to give that a shot. I want to try all kinds of coffee. Like with the coffee I was ordering from Joffrey's Coffee and Tea Company, they have a lot of different flavored coffees, and I was just trying one new flavor, not exactly once a month, but one new flavor, and like every time I run out of that bag of that flavor, then I order a bag of the next flavor. And so I wanted to try them all. And that's what I've been doing, and it's been fun. A little something different every time. But because I only drink coffee on Saturday nights, like a bag of coffee can last me a really long time. Like the 4 little packs of sample coffee that I got from Rampage Coffee Company, I crunched some numbers, and it's probably going to last me like 3 months to get through a sample pack of coffee. But hey, that's value for your dollar.
The white glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
I like that. He couldn't type. And you don't really understand why. You don't really know why he couldn't. But then, once you pick up enough pages, or at least play through this part, you realize that he couldn't type because that wasn't part of what he typed earlier in the manuscript. And so it's like his writing is preventing him from writing. That's pretty cool. It all puts you to sleep? Well, at least if it's hard for you to get to sleep one night, you could have yourself a nice warm cup of coffee, and that'll send you off to dreamland. Question of the day. Do you use walkthroughs in games? Creepy answers. To answer the question, depends on the game. Yeah, I'm there with you. Typically now, if it's an action-adventure game, or just an action game, or just an adventure game, first playthrough, no. But if I play it and I really, really enjoy it, and I want to go back and collect the trophies for it, then yes, I'll use a trophy guide during a second or third playthrough to try and scoop up more of the trophies. But first playthrough, no, not anymore. I used to when I was younger, but not anymore. The one exception to that might be with role-playing games. Like if I want to make sure, because I'm not going to replay a role-playing game. As much as I might like it, most role-playing games are like 60 plus hours long. Maybe one day in like the far-flung future I might go back and revisit it, but typically no, I'm not going to like replay that for trophies. So the first time through, I might use a guide to just try to make sure I experienced everything in the game. Because I'm all about trying to squeeze as much enjoyment out of a game in its first playthrough as I possibly can. And so if I can do that, awesome. But I am not going to necessarily try and use a walkthrough for everything. Like I might try to use it for collectibles in a game, or for like hidden cutscenes in a game. But I don't just like sit there with the walkthrough and be like, okay, now I have to go here and do this and then go do that, or to solve like puzzles unless they're like really, really hard puzzles for me. I like to always try and keep that aspect of mystery and adventure, and I like the feeling of achievement and discovery. So I know some people aren't. They just want to play it just because they want to play it, and it's fun for them. And that's fine too. Kirby says, if there's a puzzle that's required to advance and it's ridiculously difficult, yeah. Barry in the lodge.
Hartman kept talking, giving Barry the grand tour, clearly proud of the place. He went on and on about his hunting trophies, and Barry was impressed. But he was here on business. He raised his voice, cut through the monologue. Hey, Hartman, where's Al? Hartman stopped in mid-sentence, annoyed at the interruption. He nodded at the hulking orderly standing nearby. The man smiled and clapped a practiced hand on Barry's shoulder.
Investigate racket. After a failed attempt to write, Wake finds the Andersons raising hell. Wake takes the opportunity to try to sneak into Hartman's office. What's the last game you think you used a strategy guide on? Do you remember? With me, it's this game. It's the trophy guide for this game. But again, I didn't start using that until my second playthrough. Is there anything in here? I like that. That's a nice touch. I'm glad they kept that in here. Not only is the video game, I mean, that's cool, Night Springs video game, but the console that's in here looks like an Xbox 360. I like that. It's made to look a little generic with the extra like USB ports on the front of it, but it does look like an Xbox 360. It doesn't have the same like shape as a 360. It actually kind of looks a little more like an Xbox One. But it's kind of nice they kind of kept that in here as an homage to this being a console exclusive from Xbox 360. Death Rally. I don't even know if that's a real game. Death Rally. Reminds me of Twisted Metal, but I know there's more games in Twisted Metal that had vehicular combat. I remember this game here, the marble game. My sister used to have this. That is not an easy game to play at all. At least it wasn't for me. I wonder what this is about. I think I looked at this before and I didn't understand it. You actually can't remember? Looks like a rain cloud over something. Rain cloud over a cottage. And you have a path. Dots. Actually, this looks like... It looks like maybe a sketch design of a meeting they had about Alan Wake. But I don't know where in the game this would be. No, I don't. I'm trying to think. But I don't recognize where it could be. It's Emerson, that's the video game guy. Desaul. Lane. Lane is the painter. I think Desaul was the woman who was singing earlier. There's Anderson's office. Oh no, that's not Anderson's office. That's the room of the Anderson brothers. You know, we'll see though. I mean, I know this episode isn't that long. Well, the first half of this episode isn't that long. Like I said, I was only planning to stream through the first half of it. And that's because the second half of this, it's not really half, but the second part of this can be very long. But I don't know. I mean, I woke up not too long ago. I got my coffee. Maybe we will stream through more of it than that. But I'll think about it. We'll feel it out. See what happens after we get through this part of it.
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. If she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I could get the key to the office room from Sinclair.
The backstage is all yours, Tom. Seize your destiny.
I don't see why he locked himself.
Come out and face the music, Birch. It's time to pay the piper.
Maybe you could come out and beat our wrinkled, adult, diapered asses for it, since you're so tough, Birch.
They dropped the hammer.
We're on the road, man. You think we haven't seen punks like you before? Mortal name. Yeah, you better hide, Birch. My wrath will break you.
He's probably kidding, Birch. He's got a great sense of humor. Just ask Sinclair.
I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages. That's where he'd be keeping them.
Go to Hartman's office. Wait, takes the opportunity. Okay, yeah.
I wish I had my axe.
I do hope to see them again in the future.
Memory and thought. Jet Black and Claw.
I hope to see them again in a future Alan Wake game.
The photo on the wall caught my attention. In it, the clinic staff was standing outside the lodge. I knew the man next to Hartman. He was the kidnapper. Hartman had been playing me all along. The markings on the tape said they were recordings Hartman had made of the sessions with his patients. I saw Alice's name on one of them. For a moment, I couldn't breathe right.
Now, Mrs. Wayne, can you tell me about Alan's problems?
He's more and more out of control all the time. The parties, he's so angry all the time. He's getting violent.
Do you mean with you?
No, not with me. No, never. Sometimes I almost wish Alice would take a swing at me, because at least that'd lead to a conversation he couldn't just march out of. But no. Alan doesn't really sleep. And the work, well, he's not writing at all. He sits there for hours and just gets more and more frustrated. And I can't talk to him.
Yes. Tell me, Mrs. Wayne, what would you say to him if he'd listen?
I don't know. I want to say, I look at you, and it's not you. There's some stranger who resembles you, looking out from behind your eyes. And I don't like that guy much. And now it's all gonna go to hell.
But you don't ever say this.
No. I've tried, but he's not listening. He's too deep in his own problems, always going on about something else. I'm so afraid I'm gonna lose him. And we're not even talking anymore. He doesn't let me in anymore. He just keeps me in the dark. I'm so alone here, even when he's home. Please help me, Doctor, because I'm at my wit's end.
Well, if you can just get him here, I'll absolutely do my very best.
Yeah, but Doctor, you need to be careful with him. He's not just going to listen to you and cooperate. He's the most stubborn man I've ever met.
Well, I'll be sure to bear that in mind.
Hearing her voice, what she was saying made me happy and sick and guilty all at once. Worst of all, I recognized the words. The phone call from her. It had been a cut of all this. Just a recording.
That's when he wanted to hear her voice. I think maybe from the kidnapper? I don't know, I don't remember. No, I think the darkness might have played that for him.
Rudolph Lane's case is interesting. He was completely blocked, and frankly, I was about to discard him as useless. However, once Wake arrived and started writing, something changed in Rudolph. He's producing extraordinary work, increasingly dark pieces. Unfortunately, he doesn't respond to direction at all, and it's my belief that he's not so much a creator as an illustrator, perhaps, a recorder of sorts. I hadn't considered the existence of such a role before, let alone its implications, but the paintings he has produced are informative. At least he's easily controlled and useful. I wish I could say the same about Wake. It's frustrating that the best subjects are always so damn difficult to deal with.
Not buying that. I was tailing Wheeler, and this is the only place he could have gone. That means Wake is probably there too.
Agent Nightingale, this is private property, and I will not allow you to disturb my patients.
Yeah? I can get a warrant. How'd your fragile little patients like that?
Oh, I'm thoroughly intimidated by your mighty authority now, Agent.
Listen, you smut snob. How would you like it if I busted through this gate and knocked you around a little?
Agent Nightingale, first of all, I'm recording this conversation, so you might want to watch what you say. Secondly, you're not dealing with a hick now. I know the law, and if you can get a judge to grant a warrant, I'll be glad to cooperate. But you won't get one. Be advised that any further communications with me are to be made through my lawyer.
I don't believe this.
Good day, Agent.
Yeah.
I feel like this is conceptual artwork that some of which never made it into the actual game, and I always wonder why it never made it into the game. there's hints. A lot. That is some good coffee. There's hints a lot of the time in this game that there are enemy types. There are perhaps creature manifestations that may not have exactly been enemies, but that you may have encountered anyway as story elements in the game that just never found their way into Alan Wake. And I wonder if it's because the developers ran out of time, ran out of budget. Not really sure. Maybe they created things and they couldn't really back them up with a firm reason to have them in the game, and so it's kind of like not cut content, but content that was never fully developed. But maybe we'll see some of these ideas manifest in a future Alan Wake game. So, to me, this kind of looks like a crow figure, but it looks almost as big as a person. And just to the left of it is a woman, and it looks like she's running or she's startled by something. Or maybe that's just a crow perched in a tree. That could be it. We see here a younger woman who looks like she was touched by darkness. This could maybe be a younger Barbara Jagger who had just been abducted by the darkness. But I get a feeling, due to the old age of Barbara Jagger, that when she was possessed by the darkness, that her body was perhaps much older. I could be wrong, but if the darkness has complete control over you, I wouldn't think your body would age. But again, I could be wrong. Okay, it says, I had a friend who had a pet raven. She was a diva. Your friend or the raven was the diva? And here we have a man with what looks like light emanating from his chest. And it almost looks like his stomach is so bright, it almost looks like you can see his bone, his spinal cord, attaching his waist to his chest. And it makes me wonder if perhaps this was supposed to be some weird alien, or maybe, given the fact that it's like right next to her, maybe this is Thomas Zane. Maybe this is what he looks like outside of his deep sea diving suit. It's almost like he's a creature that has darkness laid upon him, but there are elements of him that are so white it makes you think that he is full of light. So maybe in his writings somewhere he wrote himself to embody a form of never-ending light, so the darkness could never truly kill him. In a sense, you could be sort of an eternal guardian that would help others through this chaos. We have maps here. Now, to me, this is big. This is huge right here. The Raven was a diva. Okay. We see wolves here. And then up here, we see either more wolves or crazed dogs. And there's actually a theme several times throughout Alan Wake where you question whether or not you're going to start fighting wolves or dogs. From some of the very first radio recordings you hear about someone losing their dog, and perhaps the darkness got a hold of the dog. At one point, only one point in the game did I see it, and it was very brief. And I wish I had clipped it now. But now I think it might be one of the YouTube, or one of the videos I uploaded to YouTube. But I think it was a hunting video. Not a hunting video, but it was when I first came across the hunters. And I spun my camera and I saw what looked like a wolf run right past me. And then as it sort of faded away, the hunters were coming at me with their axes. The human hunters. And that just made me think that maybe they did put wolves in this game, and I don't know why they didn't activate them. Maybe they were... I thought maybe they were saving them for, like, nightmare difficulty. That could be it. I don't think that's the case. But you do get many hints that there are wolves or that there are crazed dogs in the game, and I wonder why they weren't put in. It's very interesting. I'm grateful they weren't, because that would have made the game a whole hell of a lot harder and scarier. But I am curious. And I'm thinking that these are going to find their way into Alan Wake 2. Mott fails Hartman.
Hartman wasn't happy. Mott could see it in his eyes. He quickly lowered his own. He had made a mess of it, and he knew it. The shame of failure was hard to bear. He hadn't expected Wake to say he needed more time, and he blurted out 2 days, less than Wake had asked for, to show him who was in charge. But that wasn't part of Hartman's plan.
And then we see some conceptual artwork of the darkness-controlled humans. And we kind of pass them by, but you can see a face that has grown up, it looks like, into trees. And I think this could actually hint at Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is supposed to take place mostly in the sister city to Bright Falls. It's just across Cauldron Lake. Although unlike Bright Falls, where it's right on Cauldron Lake, so it has like a strong connection to the lake, this other city is more inland, and so it's not so much directly affected by the lake, but it's supposed to have a spooky forest, and supposedly the forest is spooky, and I think this part's just kind of me guessing as to why it's spooky, is because the trees of the forest draw their water from sort of an underground aquifer that runs through Cauldron Lake, and so it's basically growing its trees from the haunted darkness of Cauldron Lake, and so the woods are haunted. And that, of course, means in Alan Wake 2 we're still going to be running through forestry and woods, so it's going to be scary. And that makes me think that maybe we are going to see some more wildlife in Alan Wake 2. And even earlier on in Alan Wake, you hear one of the park rangers say that there is wildlife in the park. Like, there's bears, there's wolves. It's just we never see any of them. So it is curious as to why we only see like possessed humans and crows. Though the crows kind of make sense because the darkness took that power away from the brothers. And there's Alan Wake. I like that. I like that a lot. That's actually one of the premier conceptual art designs for Alan Wake. And it's just he's covered in shadow, so you can't really tell who it is. Yeah. There's another. There's another hint at more wolves in the woods. Alright, once we step through the door, the chaos begins. Goodbye, calm environment. I will miss thee.
Barry? Ow! About time! time.
Barry, man, I'm glad to see you. We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such. Or else I'd sue their asses. Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time, but I had no clue where you were. That guy's crazy, Al. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
What's with the cutout?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach her.
Yeah, that's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
Barry is so weird, but in a likable way. Can we walk outside? Oh, we can! I didn't think we'd be allowed to. Yeah, we got our Magnum back.
These were all the pages I had on me. And more.
Alan, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
In the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot.
Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea.
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
Locked him in there. They smirk on his face. Checkpoint reached.
I had to find a way out.
And if you stay in here long enough, it will actually kill you. I like how you can see it creeping up behind you. Checkpoint reached. I'm not behind you. You can see it outside the windows. That's cool. Look how many items there are. I don't think you can ever get rid of everything either. You can get rid of a lot, but you can't get rid of everything. Stuff is still flipping around down there trying to kill me. Ah, crud. Alright, we'll unblock the door. Oh, there's something right beneath me. It's hitting this floor hard. Possessed deer head looking around. That's kind of cool that it can't break free. Oh, you see there's paintings in the background there. And other big items of furniture. Alright. We're going to start it one more time and then run down there. See the darkness just outside the window? That's cool. We're going to try to run through the light and use that as safety. Road flare. Oh, I'm dead. That stinks. Oh, if you made that mistake, you can come back and pick up another road flare. That's sweet. That is sweet. You're supposed to hold on to this. You're not supposed to, like, let it drop. Wait, can I go back and get another one? Oh, no, you can't. So once you kill the bears, you can't do it again. That's a nice touch, though. That's a really nice touch. Like, if you screw up like I just screwed up, and instead of holding the flare, you just strike it and just drop it on the floor, you're screwed, because you have no other source of light. But the game will allow you to go back and pick up another one. That's really nice. Because otherwise, you would just have to, like, hang out there and just wait till the darkness catches up to you in that room and then kills you, and then do it over again. Hartman's mission.
He had no ambitions on that front, and he certainly didn't want to end up like every artist he had worked with here, damaged in ways that were hard to describe, or worse. It was enough for Hartman to maintain creative control and provide direction. To be a producer, that was what most of these people were in need of anyway. Of course, suitable subjects were few and far in between.
Escape the clinic. The dark presence hot on his heels, Wake attempts to escape Cauldron Lake Lodge. It's a bit of a bummer you can't hear most of this episode, because the music is just constantly hyped up. It'd be nice if, like, it could quiet down while this is playing. The Doomed Samaritan. I think this is actually the longest episode that plays. And I don't remember if it's 2 or 3 episodes of Night Springs. And most people, I think, miss this one. Like, miss this TV. Because they're just trying to, like, run and escape the clinic because the darkness is always on their heels. Andy! Yo! Hey Andy, what's up? You set mana today? I'm gonna have to. This is nightmare mode difficulty. This is hard mode. If I don't use ammo, I'm toast. Hype, don't save it for later. No. I'm pretty sure I know where and when to use my ammo now. I just have to sort of time it correctly. At least I hope I do. Toro! Toro! Ole! Oh, that was good. I didn't think it'd go that far back. Oh, crap. I forgot about that. It actually needs to come back out here. Oh! Thank you. Bye-bye. Made it out. That was pretty good. I'm pretty sure if that ball hit me, that might have been a one-hit KO. Toast is delicious. Toast is delicious. Plain or with butter, margarine, jam, jelly, peanut butter? I've tended to enjoy mine either plain or with a very light coating of margarine. You're eating a hamburger with the bun toasted. Very nice. I was telling Creepy earlier that I was planning on just beating the first half of episode 4 because the first half isn't too long. Like, we're actually through the first half of it right now. Well, no. we're through like the first half of episode 4 right now. Now that I'm outside, I have to escape and get to where Barry is. And then I was thinking about calling stream. And that's because episode 4 is like the longest episode in the entire game, and so I've been dividing it up during each of my playthroughs. But I don't know. I woke up not too long ago, you know that, Indy. And I've got one of my cups of coffee here. And it's almost empty, though. And I don't know. I might try to get through the entire episode tonight. We'll see. We'll see. But I'll make that call when I get to where Barry is. Get some spare batteries. There we go. I think that's it. I don't think there's any other items here.
I found the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al.
Here we go.
Oh, God! Look at the house, Al! Look out!
Oh, crap. Ha 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 ha! Gotcha. 1 down. 3 to go. Woo! Naughty beam. Naughty. Naughty. Oh, that was so close. Look at that, right in front of me. Right, oh, that's cheating. Your cheating lights. Uh-oh. No, no. No, no, no. I can't even kill it. I can't kill it without, like, hitting with a focused beam of light. Oh, crap. Oh! Alright, 1 left. I'm gonna let my flashlight completely recharge. I actually have to use batteries in Alan Wake Remastered, the Nightmare mode. In easy mode and normal mode, I didn't have to do this. Actually, in easy mode, I didn't even have to focus a flashlight on these beams. I could just like let it point there normally and kill it so long as I stayed focused. On normal mode, I could kill it by just pointing it and not focusing the flashlight, but focusing it made it faster. Like, would kill it faster. And he says, yeah, I'm supposed to get back on stream after I finish eating. Ah, okay. More Apex? Can you proceed through the game without using the light? No. The light is a necessity. I'd like to see you stream this, Indy. I'd like to see everyone stream this, including Creepy. Though I know Creepy's already beaten it. It's a really good game. I guess that's like an homage right there to Thomas Zane. How the tentacles of the darkness came up to claim him and drag him down. That kind of looks like his diving helmet. It'd be nice if there was like some spare items over here somewhere that you could pick up. Some road flares or some batteries. Something. But they don't really give you anything. You can't go back inside. And he says, I'd like to see you stream Bioshock. Can't conserve ammo in that game. In the future, I will. But not the first game. I beat the first game a while back on PlayStation 3. And I liked it. I actually went back and I got both endings. I don't think I got the Platinum. In fact, don't even remember if there were trophies when it came to PlayStation 3 at that time. Actually, no, I think there were. Yeah, there were. But I will be streaming Bioshock 2 and Bioshock Infinite. I actually tried to do that earlier, but discovered if you try and stream the PlayStation 4 versions directly through the PlayStation 4, both games are blocked out. Actually, the entire Bioshock collection is blocked out. It's not allowed to be streamed. But I also have the PlayStation 3 versions of those games. And, at least I think I do. I used to, anyway. I don't know if they still have them or not. Might have traded them in, actually. I'll have to check. But, since I had the PS4 versions. But I might wind up streaming the PlayStation 3 versions instead. Creepy says, I conserved ammo in Bioshock. The wrench can be upgraded and is extremely powerful at later levels. That's true, too. You can zap people with electricity, and that stuns them, and then you just whack them with the wrench. I don't remember how I took people out in that game usually. I think it was up to a fair point in the game with the wrench, but I think eventually I did switch to guns. And he says, using Lurker? What, Bioshock? Because the first one I beat with the wrench and plasmids. Yeah. Only used pistol for when I couldn't physically close. Yeah, there were some other weapons in that game that were very situational. Like the crossbow that shot out like those exploding darts. Like, I would never use those for anything except to fight big daddies. Especially since most of the time they wouldn't charge at you unless you tried to like get close to little sisters or unless you antagonize the big daddies. So you could like set some traps up with the crossbow first, and then you could antagonize them and try to have them run through those areas. Look how long it's taking to take down these gates. It didn't take nearly this long on normal mode. Checkpoint reached. More batteries, a couple of road flares. That's it though. I feel like when I got out here the first time in normal mode, there was a box of revolver ammo. That's not good. Okay. This is very bad. This is very bad. Oh boy. Indy says, on the nightmare mode, you had to get bullets flying. What do you mean by that? Creepy says, I'm pretty sure I played on at least hard. It's all about patience. Also, you hoarded the crap out of health items. Yeah, I know I tried to use plasmids as well. I tried to attack people without them seeing me a lot. I tried to use stealth a lot in Bioshock. That helped a good deal. Or like sometimes there was a big daddy and there was like splicers around the big daddy. I would do something like I would antagonize the big daddy and hide, and the Big Daddy would just start going crazy, and he'd start fighting with the splicers, and I just let him kill all the splicers. So that way the only one I had to fight after that was the Big Daddy. Though, if the Big Daddy couldn't see you sometimes, and he killed all the splicers, he would like go into calm mode, and he would just like ignore you and just start walking around. And so you could actually make it through the area without having to fight him. So there were some different strategies you could use to make it through Bioshock. It was a pretty fun game. I'm looking forward to diving back in with Bioshock 2. They would take too many bullets to kill Big Daddies, yeah. Alright, so there is a definite path through here. I don't remember exactly what that path is, even though I've made my way through here like 2 or 3 times now. Our next checkpoint is where that bright light is, I think. And I know at some points you do want to go into different directions just to get extra ammo or extra road flares. I'm also pretty sure we need at least, I want to say at least 1 road flare, but on Nightmare Mode difficulty, I feel like we're going to need both road flares. Close to the end of this episode, before we get to what I think of as the easier part of this part, like once basically to get out of the hedge maze, we have to fight like a mini boss along with some other enemies, and it's really hard to do that because they're all shrouded in darkness. But if I can walk up to him and push him back with a road flare, that would make this make that fight much easier. And so that's what I'm going to try to do, and we're going to see if I'm successful or not. I think left is the wrong way, but there might be batteries this way. No, nothing. Okay. Can I run? I think I can run back too, if enemies start to jump me. But I think if I try to run into the light, they'll just like run backwards back into the hedge maze, and I'll still have to fight them, which sucks. And I think they just spawn endlessly. Like, they spawn whenever you trigger... That's everything. I think he's coming for me. Oh, crap. You can't run back out. You get in too far and the gate locks behind you. That sucks. That sucks. Well, I have to get more Magnum rounds. I'm up to 18 now. Creepy says, I never had to fight a Big Daddy. You could stealth around the Big Daddies, yeah. You needed the upgrades, yeah. I killed almost all of them. Like, I'm one of those characters typically in survival horror games where I have to kill everything. So I think I killed all of the Big Daddies. And that's because I try to save all of the little sisters. And if you try to approach them, the Big Daddies would try to kill you. Though sometimes you could do it if the Big Daddies weren't, like, nearby, like they weren't paying attention. The first attacker should trigger soon once we get near that table again. And you always hear branches crackling and bending around here due to the wind. But sometimes it's the footsteps of enemies, and it's kind of hard to know which is which. I don't see anything else in here. Okay. Oh, no. Let's keep going. I don't see anyone. Not yet, anyway. I know the right way is to turn to the right. Gotcha. You saw that? That was 4 headshots. 4. In the head. That's crazy. And he's just the first of multiple enemies I'll encounter through this hedge maze. I have no other guns. Only 14 bullets left, and it took 4 bullets to drop 1 enemy, which is insane. Got some more batteries. I don't think there's anything this way, but I feel like I could be wrong. No, there's nothing this way. Okay, just making sure. I'm pretty sure there's no ammo. I think if you go one way, there's a page that we don't need. I heard the footsteps. That was a glass cannon guy. Don't trust Emil. Emil's the doctor. Who now should be dead. I'm guessing is dead. The darkness hit him. I call those guys glass cannons. They only take a couple of shots to die, and their darkness breaks the fastest, but they can pull off like a 2 to 3 hit combo on you really quick. And that 2 to 3 hit combo can reduce you to almost 0 health. So they're very, very dangerous. Okay, here we go. And now we just entered a darkness zone. So now the enemies are going to start spawning endlessly, which really sucks. I think before normal mode I used 1 road flare to get through this part to the next safe area. And a crap ton of ammo. On nightmare mode, I'm not sure what's going to happen. But we will see. Creepy said he needed the upgrade, or Indy said he needed the upgrades. Creepy says you could also lead the big daddies off and pick up the little sister. True. And he says got both endings on the hardest mode. Save them all, then killed them all. Yeah. I never did it on the hardest mode. I played it on normal mode. I got the good ending. I saved them all, and then I played it again on normal mode, and I got the bad ending. And ultimately, I didn't think the bad ending was really worth it. Not just for the story, but also because, from what I remember, if you were thorough and you killed all the enemies in the game that you could, you always got enough. I forget what it's called. The stuff that you use to upgrade your plasmids. Like, if you knew what plasmids worked for you, and you kind of formed strategies as you're playing through the game, then even if you were on the good ending, or the good trail, and you were getting less... Thank you. Yes, Adam. Thank you, Creepy. You were getting less Adam, you could still fully upgrade all of the abilities that you wanted to upgrade, and you'd be fine. The only thing is you would upgrade everything at a slower pace. But again, if you were good, it wasn't that hard. At least on normal mode. Hard mode had to be crazy. Indy says, hit him with the flashlight. Yeah, I'm trying. Ammo in the bench, Adam. Oh yeah, those are just batteries. The nice thing about the flashlight is the first time you hit an enemy with it, it will stagger them. And so that slows them down. And if you just stagger an enemy and then you run, they can't chase you immediately. So that gives you a little bit of breathing room. But if you just run and you run into more enemies, you can try staggering them, but when you bring up your flashlight to focus it to stagger those enemies, the other enemy that you staggered earlier has probably been running after you, after like the 1 second delay, or like the 1.5 second delay when you stagger them originally with the flashlight. So now they're catching up to you. And so now you have another enemy almost on top of you, and another enemy you just staggered. And then if you just keep trying to stagger and run, eventually they're all going to catch up to you and you die. Unless you can make it to the next safe area, and once you're in their light, they'll back off, they'll leave you alone. So it's going to get crazy. Wake sees the Old God stage.
I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area, surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage complete with an impressive sound system with all the trimmings, including a dragon. It took a special kind of crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate.
Proceed through the garden. Having escaped Cauldron Lake Lodge, Wake fights his way through the lodge grounds towards Barry and the waiting car. Oh, I didn't have my controller. Oh, ammo. Sweetness. That's the ammo you're talking about. Thank you. Is there any other ammo up here? No? Okay. 24 bullets. Actually, I'm not sure if they spawn endlessly here. I think the... Bam. Reload. I think the way out is this way. Did I just go in a circle? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I gotta do it. I didn't want to do it, but I gotta do it. Flare. I just gotta run. Run, Alan. Run. Oh, crap, I went the wrong way. Manuscript page, though. That's pretty cool. I'm dead. I'm dead. I went the wrong way. Oh boy. Batteries. Road flares. And I shouldn't have even used the one road flare. I did, but I shouldn't have used it. I think what I'm going to try to do next time is I'm going to try to take out those two other guys because they're really fast, but they only need like 2 bullets apiece to kill. And then the big guy, I'm just going to run. He's super strong, but he never runs after you. Sometimes if he sees you, he will charge after you. But typically he just walks. And so long as you run, you can get away. We're going to try that. Otherwise, he'd empty like my entire gun on Nightmare mode. There's nothing this way, right? Right. Oh, we got more ammo. I just noticed that. We had 6 bullets coming into the garden the first time. And then I picked up a box, and that brought me up to, I think it was like, what was it? Like 16 bullets? And then I killed the first guy, and that dropped me down to 14. Now it started me off with 12, so it gave me more ammo. Very nice. Stagger. Stagger again. Darkness is broken. Wait for him to get closer, and... Alright. Let's wait for our flashlight to completely recharge. There we go. Get some batteries. We're up to 14 now. Now behind us should be an enemy running up on us. Stagger. Darkness is broken. Focus. 1, 2. Reload. Safe area. Down to 18 bullets. Now here is where the darkness hits us. We can skip the manuscript page. There's the ammo. I'm actually going to pause it right here for a bit. I have to use the restroom. I think it's the combination of the coffee along with the stress of the horror game that's working its way on increasing my bladder pressure. So I'll be right back. Just give me a couple of minutes, and we'll continue to try to make our way through the garden. All right. Thank you for your patience. I have returned. All right. With an emptier bladder and a full little bottle of Gatorade. But that will be my reward, perhaps, for getting through this part of the maze. I hate the hedge maze. All right. No, it's here. We'll pick it up anyway. More ammo. What? There we go. 30 bullets. I can hear them roaring. One, two. Reload. Okay. Actually, what I could do, and I don't know why I didn't think about this sooner, this would make more sense to me. Like I said, I don't think they're necessarily spawning endlessly in this darkness zone. What I could do is turn around and just run back this way. And then that means, like, the littler guys, what would happen with them is they would basically they would reach me first, and then I could kill them easily, and then the big guy, I could just try to run around him and then run in the opposite direction, and he couldn't catch up to me in time. Okay, so I ran up and to the left last time, and that's a dead end. So let's backtrack. There's one. Backtrack more. Get here around the tree. Reload it. Oh, we can play Ring Around the Rosie with this guy. I didn't even have to focus the flashlight. Maybe I can take him out. Oh, what's the matter? Huh? What's the matter? What's wrong? What's wrong? Should I just run and try to conserve ammo? You know, I think I am. This way. This way. Through here. And go right. Oh, crap. Wrong way. We did it. We did it. I didn't have to fight him. That's awesome. That is epic. Indy asks, save ammo for what? So there's a mini boss coming up. There is one of the guards. I think you can see him from here. No, I don't think you can see him from here. We heard him talking though as soon as we got through the gate. But so once we get to there's no enemies between where I'm standing and that what would you call that? There's a word for it. I don't remember what it's called though, but whatever that is, that little hut there. There is a guard, a prison. I want to say prison guard. It's not a prison guard. He's oh, there's Barry. Hey, Barry. But yeah, he's basically a really strong guy with an axe, and he comes to come after you. And he's really strong. He has really high defense. It's really hard to break the darkness off of him. And then once you do break it off, you'll shoot him in the face. And it's like, he'll still keep coming at you. Like, he won't be staggered. He's kind of like that big guy back there, where he's almost like a mini-boss. Or like, not a mini-boss, but that guy was just really strong. But this guy's like a mini-boss. So it's kind of hard to fight him. But then at the same time, gazebo? Thank you, yes, it's a gazebo. Thank you, Mindy. But at the same time you're fighting him, you have, I I think it's like 2 flocks of crows will come down and attack you at the same time. And so you can't, it's like super difficult to fight them. At least to fight them all. And if he doesn't kill you, the crows will. And each of these require different strategies in order to fight, which makes it super hard. So if I were just fighting the crows, there's a very easy strategy for that. You put your back against a wall, or you put yourself into a corner, like over here, kind of, and you force the birds to come at you from like a certain angle. So if this wall were higher, for example, they couldn't come at me from behind me, they could only come at me from here. And you would keep your flashlight trained on the birds the entire time, and you would slowly kill them that way. And then whenever they would rush you, you would focus the flashlight and they would disperse as they fly at you, so they would never slam into you, you would never take damage. So the best way to fight the birds is to not run, to put your back against the wall, and to fight them that way. However, the best way to fight him is to actually run around. Because if you put your back against the wall, he's just going to run right up on you and just smack you to death. But he doesn't really run. He speed walks, but he doesn't run. And so you can outrun him, and as you outrun, you can focus your flashlight, eventually wear down his darkness shield, and shoot him to death. But the problem is, you have to fight both at the same time, and they both require the opposite strategies. So it's very, very difficult. Now in easy mode and normal mode, this isn't too bad. You actually backpedal into a corner on the other side of this hedge where I'm shining the flashlight, and you can kind of see him from an angle. And what that basically does is it limits your point of view to like right here in front of you, and he's walking directly down the center towards you, and the birds are flying directly in that same path. So both enemies are going down that same avenue. And so if you shine the flashlight on him, you're working on wearing down his shadow shield. At the same time, you're causing the birds to disperse, and you're killing them little by little. And on easy mode, you can actually kill them both almost at the same time using that strategy. On normal mode, you will get hit once or twice, but you can also do it. On nightmare mode, I know that strategy is not going to work. It's just not. But what's nice is that I probably made it through the first part of the hedge maze better and faster than I've ever done before, period. So that means I have 2 road flares. What I can do, and also, again, you can't see it, but in the gazebo on the floor, towards the back of the gazebo, is a flare gun. A flare gun would kill him in a single hit, as a flare gun is like the strongest weapon in the game. So what I could do is I can develop a totally different strategy, and instead of keeping my back against the wall and running away, I could actually run at him, strike a road flare, and then walk up to him. That would cause him to back away. It would slowly wear down his darkness shield. It would also try to keep the birds off of me. And once I get close to the flare gun, I could drop the flare, pick up the flare gun, and then I could try to run away, strike the second road flare, use that to give me some breathing room, and then I could put my back right back into that corner, break out the flare gun, shoot the mini boss. Hopefully on nightmare mode, that one shot, because it only comes with one shot, would be enough to kill him. And then I could just focus on killing the birds with a flashlight. That's like the strategy I'm thinking up. Indy says I like the rush strategy. On nightmare mode, that's not going to work. I could try to just escape. Like, you don't have to fight the birds if you don't want to. You don't have to. I don't think you have to fight him. You could try just to run down the stairs, around the gazebo and down, but I believe he will chase you, and the birds will chase you. And when it comes to all the enemy types in the game, you can outrun most of the possessed human enemies, unless they're what I call the glass cannons. Those can actually sprint, I think, a little bit faster than you can run, so they will catch up to you. But the crows, you can't outrun the crows. Each crow does very little damage, but there's a ton of them that follow you. And so if you try to run away, they'll swoop down at you like 2 or 3 times, and that's it. You're dead. So you never ever want to run from the birds. If it were just him, it'd be tempting to just make him follow you, like maybe into a larger area, then run around him, go collect some items, and then dance around with him some more without shooting him, and then try to escape. But when you combine both enemy types, it's almost impossible. And what else stinks is that this little safety light right there, once I walk out around the corner, the light bulb here is going to bust. So it's not like I can turn around and run all the way back here where the light is to get, you know, to put some distance between me and the enemy. The game's developers were smarter than that. They planned ahead for you to try to use a cheap strategy like that, and so they take it away by popping the light, which sucks. We do got some more ammo, though. That's good. We're up to 36 rounds. That is really sweet. Yeah, you can't see the gun from here. There is a red box over there. That's probably going to give us, I think, some more batteries. Maybe some more road flares. Maybe some more... Oh, yeah. It's probably just it. Batteries and road flares. And yeah, you can't see it on the floor of the gazebo from here, but there is a flare gun over there. Unless they take it away in Nightmare Mode, that would be horrible. But yeah, between where I'm standing now and that doorway over there, I don't believe there's any enemies between here and there. There could be, but I don't think there are. That's him talking. I wonder if I backtrack, if I can see him now. Yeah, the light's still there. I think once he sees you and starts walking towards you, that's when the light pops. Because at first I was like, oh, this is going to be super easy. I'll just get him to follow me, and I'll just shine my flashlight, and I'll shoot him the entire time, and then I'll run back up the steps into the light. He'll get scared of the light, he'll back away, and as he backs away, that's when I'll step out of the light, I'll hit the flashlight again, and I'll just keep doing that over and over again until I kill him. And as long as I stand in the light, the crows won't attack me either. But no, the developers are smarter, they're like, no, that's way too cheap. We're just going to pop the bulbs, you have to face everything head on. Alright, so what did I say my strategy was? We're going to run towards him, strike a road flare, get the flare gun, pick it up, toggle to it, run away, use the flare gun to kill the boss, and then use the flashlight to wear down the crows. Okay, so that's our strategy. Hopefully, we'll be successful. If not, this will be the first of many deaths. There they go. They're getting ready. There he is. Now. What? I missed? His darkness shield is broken. That could have gone better. Finally. If that flare would have hit him instead of missing, that would have been instant death. Alright, now put myself into this corner. Now whenever the crows get too close, I can focus my flashlight and they won't be able to hit me. That was a good strategy, I just didn't implement it properly. See, now I can just focus on them. They get close again, I blast the flashlight. Killed one of them. We got him. Potato aim. I know, that was so horrible. It even did the slow motion thing, where like, when you hit an enemy with the flare, or like the flare gun, it typically slows down the whole game. That's weird. It's like, it slowed it down, but I guess it like just missed him and it hit like at his feet. So it was enough to hurt him, but not enough to kill him. See, now you look back through the gate and that light that was up there is gone. We beat him though. It sucks that we used up so much ammo doing it, but we survived, so we're just gonna roll with it. Okay, more batteries. More revolver ammo, back up to 32 rounds. The crows are all still there, but they don't attack you anymore for the rest of this level. Now we have to go through there. Luckily, thank God, we're done with the maze. We no longer have to put up the hedge maze, we're done. Which is awesome. Creepy says, used up so much ammo with potato aim though, I know. Like, I could just, like, try to kill myself, run off the edge and jump and then restart it, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to roll with it. I'm going to live with the consequences of my failed actions. I do know of another way to save ammo though, and I'm not sure how many people know this. I think it's really cool. I discovered this through trial and error. Is that as we go down the gazebo, or not go down the gazebo, but as we exit the gazebo and walk around the where the stones are, the steps, if we go all the way down the steps, once we make it to that stone that's right there, that one, some taken enemies, some shadowy humans will spawn out of thin air. They'll push that towards me. If it hits me, it's going to deal a ton of damage. If not, then I won't take any damage, but then I'll still have to try to kill like 2 enemies right there. And I think one is like a quick enemy and one is a normal enemy. And then as we walk back further, once we get about where those rocks are, I think like a big enemy starts walking up on me along with another normal enemy. So you get ambushed by a lot of enemies. But if instead of taking the stairway, because you don't have to, if you walk around the stairway in the grass and then walk over there, none of the human enemies spawn. So that's a great way to save ammo. So the game intends for you to use up all of that ammo on the encounters that are yet to come. But knowing what I know, I can bypass those encounters and save a ton of ammo. So again, they expect you to just go down the stairs. And this is a scripted event. But if I just walk over here, it's a nice view too. Again, if I'm walking down the stairs, as soon as I line up practically with that stone, they would spawn like right there, and they would push it down at me, and then they would try to attack me. And then if I run, once I make it to around where that tree is, more enemies would spawn. I think like 2 or 3 more. So I'd have to fight like 5 enemies, which is crazy. But again, if I just come over here in the grass, no enemy encounters. Now, I'm not going to prove my point by going back up the stairs, because if I do, they'll spawn and they'll kill me. Because there's no way I could get out of there. But, yeah, you're free. So that saves you a ton of ammo right there. Checkpoint reached. I remember that freaking me out before because I got so frustrated. Because when you walk down the stairs, I think if you die, you have to redo the whole boss battle. I was so frustrated the first time that happened. And I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to try to sprint past all the enemies, because if you can make it to this light, the other human enemies that spawn will go away. And I was like, I'm just going to try to, once I finish the boss fight, I'm just going to try to sprint to the light and just do it that way. And I screwed up. And instead of running down the stairs, I almost ran off the edge of the cliff. And I just ran through the grass, and I ran up the path. And I was expecting them to spawn and try to kill me. And as I'm running, I turn around to try and stagger them with a flashlight, and there's no one there. And I'm like, that's weird. Where are the enemies at? And I walked over there, and I just stood there a while, and no one spawned. And then, like an idiot, to test it, I walked all the way back through the grass, all the way back up to the gazebo, and then I walked all the way down the stairs, and once I got to that point, that's when they spawned and killed me. And then I had to repeat the boss fight again. And I was like, oh, that's cool, so I can choose to like, trigger their spawns or not. Interesting. And ever since then, I've always avoided combat that way. So it's pretty neat. It's very useful. Very handy. We got another manuscript page. Mott in charge.
Mott knew that Wake was smarter than him. Wake had more money, a beautiful wife, everything. And Hartman said Wake was important. That made him better than Mott. But Mott was calling the shots now. He'd expected Wake to whimper and grovel, but instead, he seemed willing to fight. Mott knew he'd gotten under Wake's skin. If only Mott actually had his wife. The thought made him shiver.
Alright. Now, we have access to what I call a farmer's shotgun. It's probably the incorrect term for it, but that's what I call it. Can only hold 2 shots at once. And a cart of ammo. We're at up to half a dozen shotgun shells now. Let's switch back to... Oh, wrong thing. Switch back to our revolver. And let's take inventory of our items. We have no road flares. We only have a magnum with 32 rounds and a shotgun with half a dozen shells. That's it. Okay. Hopefully we're able to find some better ammo. Well, not better ammo, more ammo. And even after playing through this game as much as I have, there are still points where I honestly don't remember what happens next. Like, I don't remember if I'm going to get attacked before I hit those stairs or not. I'm keeping my eyes open, though. It doesn't look like I am. Oh! Oh, there's a quick guy. Crap! Potato aim. Ah! Ah! I'm almost dead. I'm stuck! I got stuck on the railing there. I was trying to backpedal and I couldn't backpedal anymore. Yeah, for now I can come back here. I'm pretty sure if once I get through and the enemy spawn, this gate locks behind me. Or maybe that light will turn off. I'm trying to see if there's anywhere I can go. Like last time I was standing like right here, and I was trying to backpedal, but it wouldn't let me over that concrete block. I'm trying to see if there's any... I don't think there's anywhere I can go to funnel them into a single space. Let's try going this way. Well, no, maybe this way is better. What? What are you doing? Back up. Was a little close. No extra ammo anywhere? No extra ammo anywhere. That wasn't bad. I actually just ran around and wore them all down with the flashlight, and then I didn't have to worry about trying to toggle between trying to break their shields or kill them. I could just focus on killing them. Another road flare. 21 Magnum rounds left. Oh! Got rid of the wheelbarrow. See, this is if you tried to be cheap and just run from the enemies. Like, oh no, human enemy spawned. I'll just try to escape. And I'll just run through the area, and then you get here and you can't run through the area anymore because the gates are stopping you. Though even if you were able to run from the enemies, you'd have to like run like crazy, grab the road flare, run over here, strike the road flare while standing here, and that would give you some distance. It'd probably break through the gate, but then once you cross through this area, they'd probably keep pursuing you. So it wouldn't be all that useful to run. We have another little light here. Oh, somewhere. Whatever's lighting up this area. Oh, it's that light over there. Oh, thought I saw a manuscript page. Barry attacked by a Taken.
For the moment, Barry was just glad he had survived the fall. He had been separated from Al, and there was no easy way to climb back up. He told himself he'd be okay. Okay in the gloomy forest at night. He would just have to wait for a while for Al to find his way down. Barry turned when he heard the heavy footsteps and saw the movement. The man-shaped shadow lunged at him from the bushes, an axe held high. Barry screamed and threw up his hand. The world exploded.
Yeah, I know there are enemies here. And I know there's multiple enemies here as well. Emil made Tom do it. Yeah. Dr. Hartman made Thomas write this craziness. This light's eventually going to bust. New checkpoint. What do we got? More Magnum rounds. 32, 40. We're not going to pick up the last box yet. We'll take the batteries. Each box of Magnum ammo gives you 12 bullets, but you can only hold up to 42 handgun bullets. So if I take it now, we're going to lose out on, what would that be? 3 bullets. So I want to keep those 3 bullets. You're supposed to advance up, take a left, walk up these steps, and walk up where the light is, and that's your next checkpoint. But we're going to get attacked before that happens. However, if you walk this way, you can kind of see it with my flashlight. All the way over there, there's a cache with extra items, and that will help us finish off this level. The con is that we are going to get attacked, which sucks. There's the chest. Here they come. Reload battery. I'm not stupid. I saw the third one there. Where are you, guy? Where are you? Did he just despawn? Or is that just my imagination where there are only 2? I thought there were 3. I thought I saw 2 run down straight at me, and then there's another one right there. You know what? He might have actually fallen off the edge. I don't think they're that stupid, though. Like, you can push them off the edge if you shoot at them, which I found is a really easy way to beat some enemies in this game. And then they'll just die. But whatever. Alright, what goodies we got in here? Another flare gun. Nice. And let's reload. There we go. Flare gun ammo. We're up to 2. Is that it? That's it? That sucks. Okay. 29 Magnum rounds, 1 road flare, 2 flare gun shots, and half a dozen shotgun shells. This is not good. The last part of this level is like a horde mode, and you just have to try to hold off through multiple waves of enemies and really just hope not to die. And it sucks. But if you make it, you beat this half of the episode, and you also lose all of your ammo and all of your guns, which is both good and bad. It's bad because you lose all of your guns and all of your ammo, but it's good because that means you can go all out with everything you have to stay alive, and that's it right there. That's the end point where that gate is. So we're almost through with this half of episode 4. The first half. It's probably more like the first third. But then I guess, well, yeah, I would say that's fair. Checkpoint reached. Alright. Now you can tell there's some crazy stuff that's going to go down. You got some more road flares here. We're up to 3 now. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I'm so stupid. Hold on. I'm so glad I remembered this. let's run back to the item box and pick up that one box of Magnum ammo that I didn't pick up before. There we go. Now we're only 1 bullet shy of maximum Magnum ammo. That could make the difference right there between succeeding or failing. And it sucks that I forgot about this, and then I went back and, or that I re-triggered the checkpoint. Unless it re-triggers. I don't think it's going to, though. No, it's not. So that means if I die, I have to turn around, run all the way back down there, get the ammo, and then run all the way back. But it's not too big. It's not too big a deal. Okay. If we go this way, up the stairs, there's another manuscript page here. Not that we need it, but we might as well pick it up. Hartman sedates Wake.
Hartman watched as Wake's features slackened. The man was bullheaded, no doubt. Even lying on the bed, he'd almost broken Hartman's nose the second time. But with a little time, he could break Wake down, give him proper direction. Wake was easily the most promising subject he'd had. Well, since Tom, really. Sleep well, Alan, Hartman whispered with a smile. Let me take care of you. He sniffed hard to clear his throbbing nose, swallowed blood, and barely tasted it.
Oh, so Alan hit him again once he got pulled out of the water. Broke his nose all over again. Okay. Alright, now once we get to Barry at the gate, enemies are going to pour out of everywhere. And that light's going to turn off, so we're not going to have that as a safety area. And we're going to have quick enemies, we're going to have normal enemies, we're going to have really big, strong, slow enemies. And the best strategy I've found is just staying right at the gate. But it's very, very easy to die there. It's very easy to die anywhere, really. But, enemies, I don't think enemies actually stop spawning. In easy mode, they do. In normal mode, I don't know if they do. In nightmare mode, I'm even less sure. Alright, more batteries. Two more bullets for the shotgun. Let's leave that for later. I don't want to waste it. More shotgun ammo. Alright, we are up to 12 shotgun shells, 3 road flares, 41 shots on our Magnum, 2 flare gun shots, and that is it. So if I remember correctly, once we get up there, we're going to have 2 enemies try to flank us, one on the left, one on the right. We can strike a road flare to push them off, break their shadow invincibility stuff, and then pick them off with the Magnum. Almost right after that, we're going to have 2 big guys get really close to us. We could try striking a road flare again, though I don't really want to do that if I have the time. I'll try toggling to the flare gun, and hopefully I can kill them both with a single flare gun shot, and then have enough time to reload, and then toggle back to the Magnum. And then more and more guys are just going to start coming at us. When that happens, after I clear that first round, I think I'm going to toggle back to the shotgun, since shotguns have spray, and I'll try to use that to push everyone back and kill everyone at the same time. The only thing that really sucks is while the big slow guys walk up the stairs, the normal enemies and the quick enemies will hop over the banisters and try to kill you, so they can still flank you, and that sucks so badly. But we'll see what happens. And if worse comes to worse and I do have to run away while using up Magnum ammo, then, oh, here we go. Then I will get that box of Magnum ammo that's back there.
Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry.
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so, don't worry about it.
He lost the key. Look at all these enemies.
I'm on it.
Barry? He found a quarter. It's not gonna help me, Barry.
I found it! I found it! Ah, no, wait, that's a twig.
It's a twig. Hey! What are you doing hitting me? Whenever... Oh my gosh. I can't believe I did that first try.
Al, please tell me we're headed for the nearest. You're now leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon sign.
We're going to the Anderson farm.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
I wasn't aware he opened the door. The whole time I was trying to toggle to the flare gun and just shoot it. And I couldn't shoot it in time. Like, if I could just squeeze off around here, they would all die instantly. But as they were actually whacking me and like knocking down my health, they were pushing me back, and they should push me back through the gate.
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest...
But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, but she's not dead.
Al, how can you know that?
I know, Barry. I can...
Al,
No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before, it happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you.
The Andersons knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. You just need to find it.
Look out! God damn it, Al, talk to me!
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Alright, we made it. We're now like a third of the way through this episode. Should we keep going? We're 7 minutes shy of our scheduled 3-hour stream time. You know what, though? I still got some energy, considering I woke up not too long ago. Let's do it. Let's try and beat this entire episode in one sitting. I've never done that before. And he said still had a ton of ammo left. I know. That's why it's so aggravating to, I didn't even know, like, how this fight worked, like, how the past fight worked. I never figured out, and I guess we know now, but I never knew, like, do you just have to remain alive for a certain period of time, and then you get to escape? Or, do you have to kill, like, 3 waves of enemies, and then you can escape? Because in normal mode, I think I actually killed everyone, and I killed, like, 3 waves of enemies, and then he opened the gate. But then I think it was like 2 or 3 waves of enemies, but then more enemies spawned, but as they were spawning in, he opened the gate for me, and I was able to get out. In easy mode, I killed them all, and, like, that was it. Like, none of them spawned anymore. And then he opened the gate, but I didn't have to, like, I wasn't being tackled by any enemies or anything, so it was a lot easier. In Nightmare mode, we didn't even kill off the first wave of enemies. So I guess all you had to do was just keep them at bay for a certain period of time until he was able to open the door. Could have killed the guy in the hedge maze. I could have, yeah. But I'm still glad I kept the ammo, though. Alright. Let's see how to continue forward. We're back at full health.
Barry!
We've lost...
Barry! Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way. Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine. Forget that! Are you okay? I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall.
Barry. Where's Barry? But yes, we are completely without items. No flashlight, no handgun, no flare gun, no rifle, nothing. Which sucks. Checkpoint reached. Wouldn't you want a chance sliding down this cliff? Maybe somewhere? Well, I guess you can't. It's like a sheer drop. I would want to, though, just to see if my gun is still in there. Oh, well. And he says negative. The darkness is thick down there. There could be humanoid enemies spawning in. That's true. If you don't have anything to protect yourself, you'd probably be dead pretty quick, even with the, Oh, that's true, because you have no flashlight. Well, the flashlight could be in there too, though. You would find a way down. The sliding wouldn't be the way. Maybe try to push down one of these fallen tree trunks, see if you can make like a little bridge or something.
Al! There's something moving down here! Barry, it's a taken! Use a flare, Barry! Oh! Yeah! Barry, are you alright? I'm good, Al! I'm great! Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh?
Bridge or ladder? Good on you, Barry. I guess Barry has my flare gun.
Barry, just wait for me, okay? Al, I'm not staying here. It's suicide. I'm going to the farm. I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
Eventually we find a way into that field he's running through, but that gate door is locked, so we can't get out. So you can never go back to the vehicle and try to see if you can recover items. And that's it. He puts down the cardboard cutout. And then he goes to explore the area right nearby. This is when in normal mode I stopped, because I'm like, after going through all that craziness, I actually thought the episode was over. I was like, oh, this is a really short episode. That was pretty good. That was a pretty tough fight at the end. And then this happens, and I wander out here, and I look out over the landscape, and I'm like, oh, hell no. Look at all that land you have to cover, and all those different houses that you can go in. And we're not even down there. We have to find out how to get down there. And then you still have all this stuff to go. And you can see far in the background, there's like a park ranger tower. I'm like, dude, this is insane. How many hours is this going to take just to get over there? But, yeah. Let's try and get it done. And at that time, since it was my first experience, I had a serious knot in my stomach. Because I'm like, dude, the first part scared the hell out of me. And now I have to go through all this? Man, I don't want to do that. There's also another cool encounter in this part of the episode. It's a unique enemy, and you never get to encounter at any other time during the entire game. And I think it's really cool. I don't think I'm going to encounter it for you, but I will show you where it is. But they are flying skeletons. That's pretty cool. Near one of... What? Near one of the, near one of the barn houses, there's like a little graveyard out back. And there's 3 tombstones. And only if you walk up to them will like the skeletons rip themselves out of the dirt and fly at you. And they're quick. And you have to like use your flashlight to wear down their shadow shields and then shoot them. But they get destroyed very, very easily. It's just, they're really hard to hit because they're so fast. But they only trigger if you get close to them. Okay, the darkness is here. Thankfully, there are no human enemies here. But there are possessed objects we have to watch out for. Now, I've seen some people just try and sprint through the area non-stop. I've seen other people, and that's pretty hard. They try to explore. What I like to do is kill all the enemies, because that's just how I always am in survival horror games. If I have the option to kill, I will kill, and I will kill everything. But with no weapons, it makes it a bit more challenging to do so. So, we start walking here. Follow the path. Always in horror, well, always in Alan Wake. I was going to say in all horror games, but in Alan Wake, try to follow the path. Stand here. And there we go. So you can get kind of close here. You have these trees. So when an item flies at you, it's going to hit the tree, and it's going to bounce off. And if it rolls down off the cliff, it will disappear. And it won't have the opportunity to try to kill you anymore. So you're basically training enemies to their doom. I don't know how many more barrels. I think the wheelbarrow comes after us. Yep. That's like the second big item. And get around back here. There we go. And you never want to take this lightly, because that will keep trying to kill you the entire time you're out here. I'm going to have to get it to come through the trees. There we go. Now, if it stayed around where the trees were and I sprinted all the way up, probably beyond that red, whatever you want to call that red train car thing, it probably would have stopped coming after me. Probably. But the thing is, there are other possessed objects that are going to attack you. And if you screw up and you forget where you're running and you're just trying to run away from other possessed objects, and you run back here without paying attention to where you are, then that wheelbarrow will come back to life and it'll start hurling itself at you again. Then you're going to be dodging possessed objects from multiple directions. And that's not good. You want to try to keep it so that you're only, if possible, dodging one possessed object at a time. Woo, that was close. That was close. Oh, almost. It almost went over. It died. I don't know why the music didn't go quiet, but it died. Yeah, there it goes. Just took a little while to turn off. Oh. Oh, scary, scary, spooky, spooky. And if you're playing this, I thought I heard something. If you're playing this on, for the first time anyway, that bridge, well, it's not really a bridge, that pier, whatever you want to call it, at the end is a coffee thermos, and I think a manuscript page, but I'm not sure about the manuscript page. There's definitely a coffee thermos, though. And if you try going across the pier to fetch it, those barrels at the end will come to life and try to kill you. And then if you turn around and run back, you have some measure of safety, but if you screw up and you run down the stairs that's near that area, a lot of those big, heavy metal train cars will come to life and they will annihilate you. Like this one here. But that one's not going to try to kill us. So you need to try to be careful in this area, but it's not too bad. You now have kind of a weapon here. You have a floodlight. There's a manuscript page down here. There we go. Look at that. I totally forgot that came to life. Dark presence is here. But nothing else in here will come get you. There's a light in here somewhere. I'm not sure what's causing the light source, but you're pretty safe in here. Walter at the Anderson farm.
When he stopped the car at the Anderson farm, Walter felt relieved. Oblivion was close at hand. The brothers wouldn't miss a jar of moonshine or two in the booby hatch. But then he saw the man on the porch, and he knew who it was. Driving for his life and knowing it was useless, he didn't realize he was crying until he couldn't see the road for the tears.
It's been a long time since I had moonshine. I think I've only had it like twice. Really good stuff. Get to the farm. After losing his flashlight and gun in the car crash, Wake attempts to reach the Anderson farm and Barry, who has gone ahead to secure the area. I'll also say, now, I hope I'm not jinxing myself by saying this, but if you do try to get all the achievements in this game and beat this on Nightmare mode, which is, again, hard difficulty, the first half, not even the first half, I feel like the most dangerous parts of this game, or the hardest parts of this game, are episodes 2 and 3. Episode 1 is pretty easy. Most of it is you're in safety, and the enemies aren't too bad. especially once you know where they are and how they're going to come after you. Because you can't select to play Nightmare difficulty at the very beginning. You have to at least beat the game on normal mode to even unlock Nightmare difficulty. So once you have some experience on your belt, it's not episode 1. Episode 1 isn't too bad. Episode 2 is tough. Episode 3 is tough. The hardest episode is probably episode 2. This is episode 4, and you saw the first part wasn't too bad. It had its rough moments, but it wasn't too bad. And I think I only died once in all of episode 4. Well, the first third anyway. This part isn't too bad. There is one really bad moment. I'm trying to think what's ahead of me. Yeah, I think there's one, like, bad stretch, like, it's hard, and it's not too far away from here, but once you pass it, the rest of the episode is pretty easy. At least from what I remember. There's gonna be more possessed... Oh, there we go. Turn around. Don't even stay... Oh, it's a train car. Run through here. Now, for some reason, that thing can't die. Like, the floodlight itself can't die. That train can whack into it, and it'll be fine. But that will keep coming after you. I've seen some people try to run around it. That's not good, because other possessed objects are going to start trying to come for you. It's not a good strategy. So, poke your nose out. There we go. Try it again. Come on. Come on. Come get me. Come get me. Come on. You can do it. I'm right here. Come on. Come on. There you go. Oh, one more time. One more time. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. You know what? I think that's good enough. Oh, I didn't know about the barrel. I didn't know the barrel's coming after me, too. There we go. There goes the barrel. That's essentially what you want to do. You want to have them try to come after you, and then they're going to get stuck around this area, and once that happens, they'll just run right through the floodlight, and that'll kill them, because the floodlight's incredibly strong. Come on. It just needs to get over here more. If it messes up again... Yeah, it's messing up again. Alright, fine. I'll make it easier for you. Come on. Come get me. There you go. This way. Come on. And none of these pipes can break. So long as you stay around this area, you're good. I don't see how that really makes sense. But I'm not criticizing it. I'm fine with it. Alright. Try this way more. There you go. Good job. Good job. Good job. Oh, I need to hide. Crap. Crap. It was perfect. It was right where it needed to be. Oh. It's a little stuck there. There you go. Come this way. Come this way. There it goes. Bam! That floodlight is kind of like having a turret. Sort of. A turret of light. Of light ammunition. You just have to lure the enemy in front of it. It's another barrel, a fridge. And again, I don't remember what enemies are going to come after me or not. Now, if you go down there, if you look down there, almost every single train car you see in the grass will come to life and try to kill you if you go that way. So don't ever do that. And there's no reason to go down there. There's nothing down there. There's no items. There's no ammo. There's no weapons. It's just if you cross that bridge or that pier, there's a coffee thermos at the end, and that's it. And if you do go for it, make sure you run back and just train the barrels that are going to chase you inside that area so they die from the floodlight. We have to just get to that space between the rocks and we're safe. I think that's going to come alive and try to kill us. Let me see. Yep. But we're good. That can't make it through. That's going to come alive. We should be okay. Yep. Now we're too far away. Checkpoint reached. Alright.
The shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through.
Use this wheel. Turn the pole. A little bit more. Alright, that should work. Okay. That freaked me out too. All that darkness down there, but there's no enemies down there either.
I hoped there'd still be a working generator somewhere around here to power up the old lights by the gate.
Oh, he got stuck on the stairs for a moment. Jump over the space there. Manuscript page. Nightingale arrests Wake.
Agent Nightingale stared at the past outrider. The man was sleeping off one hell of a night. Nightingale felt a stab of envy at Wake's oblivion, but he had a job to do. He put the gun to Wake's head and almost became a murderer. His hand shook and his throat felt tight and dry. Biting his teeth, he tried again to pull the trigger. He lost the nerve. Wake stirred. Nightingale would have to settle for an arrest.
Okay. Start the generator. There we go. And then the light shorts out. But it was enough to destroy the shadow gates. There's nothing over here either. No manuscript pages. I think maybe there's a coffee thermos up here if you didn't collect it already. But you can come over here and look down. You can still see all the shadowy possessed objects that want you dead. Jump the hole again.
I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
This is the sucky part. We got our flashlight back, or a flashlight. No batteries. Trust no one in the dark. And so eventually we're going to have to drop down there. Once it happens, enemies are going to spawn. The best we can do is hope and pray to make it. We can stagger them a little bit with the flashlight, and then we just got to run. And that's not going to be easy. I might die several times here. I hope not, but we'll see. It'd be great if you could come this way and there was like some weapons here or something, but nope, there's no hidden caches, there's no nothing. I don't think there's any hidden messages up here either. I don't remember if I ever checked. I don't think so, because the game doesn't expect you to have a flashlight by this point. No. I guess not. I wonder if you could come back this way and kill some shadow enemies, though. No, I don't think you can. The shadow essence has left them. If you go down there though, they will get repossessed and kill you. Oh. All right. Oh, careful out. Careful. Don't sprain an ankle. There's nothing else in here, right? No flares? Nope, no flares. Nothing. That sucks. Okay. You don't have to go that far if you know where you're going. But still. You can kind of see a light in the distance. That's where we're headed to. You just have to make it there alive. And on Nightmare Mode difficulty... well, we'll see what happens. Is it point of no return right there? We're just going to drop down and run, and we're going to try to head towards the light, like Carol Ann. Run towards the light, Carol Ann! Run towards the light! The light is good! Here they come! I dodged right there. I want that to be known. Back up. Back. All y'all just need to back up right now. Made it. Look at that. You can still hear the weapons clanging around me. I am really shocked I made that without dying. I really honestly am. I have never made it. Never made it without dying. Like, again, that was a really short run if you know where to go, but I usually die. I think the reason I survived is because I actually took probably the path you're supposed to take. Every other time I tried to be cheap, and I tried to, like, get up close to the mountain wall, and then try to, like, go all the way around, and since that's, like, a longer path, that's probably why they're able to catch up and kill me. Now, if I drop down there, they will respawn. But I'm not going to do that. I'm very grateful I made it. That was it. That was perhaps one of the hardest parts. Just that short run right there was one of the hardest parts in this entire part of the episode. Not because of that light, they can't pursue me.
A car was driving away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking.
That's actually the guy we just read about in one of the manuscript pages. The guy who drove to the farm to get a couple of bottles of moonshine. Because, like, oh, the Anderson brothers aren't going to miss it. And then he saw someone on the porch and he got freaked out. So he hopped back in the car and drove back home. And he's so scared that he realized he was crying, and he didn't realize he was crying until he saw the tears. Like, that's the person that he's talking about. Little birds to scare you. Campsite. Nice foliage in this game as well. The grass and the bushes. And we come across a heavy-duty flashlight. Very nice. Has a longer shaft to it, so we can keep it focused for longer. We finally got some batteries for those. I don't think we have a weapon yet, though. Which, I mean, that would have been really nice. But oh well. At least we got a better flashlight. I feel like in easy mode, maybe you did get a gun here. Like a Magnum. But again, I could be wrong. Oh, there's a truck again.
The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
And that's our destination. I mean, ultimately I have to get to the farm, but Right now we're just trying to get to the cabin where the car is going. So you can see all of this ground we still have to go through. That is nuts. Though you can just take shortcuts if you want to cut out a lot of the level. Here's a drop-off point. The game wants you to think this is a point of no return. It actually isn't. If you try hard enough, you can jump back on this rock, and then jump on that rock, and then get all the way back up here. And if enemies are pursuing you, they won't come after you. You can actually run all the way back, and they'll leave you alone. But this is another irksome moment. This is probably the second hardest part in this part of the episode that we're going to go through. Okay. We should be... There's that light right there. See that light through the trees? There it is. That's what we're heading for. That's the light of the cabin. Actually... Yeah, it is. It is very far away, though. Very far away. Checkpoint reached.
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path.
You can kind of see through the trees. There's a white structure there. That's sort of the halfway point between us and the cabin. Manuscript page. The Dark Presence at Large.
The Dark Presence followed the choreography laid out to it in the manuscript, growing stronger and stronger, moving like a storm from one scene of destruction to the next. But it was still bound to follow the story and chained to the dark place it came from. When the story reached the end it longed for, it would finally be free.
And while that's cool, it misleads you. The manuscript pages glow, and so as you look around, you're like, oh look, there's more manuscript pages down there, because the voice just said he's dropping pages for us. And it isn't till you get close you realize those aren't manuscript pages, and that gives you a strong clue right there. That tree stump with the hanging hunter traps, when you shine your flashlight on a hunter trap, it sparkles. And with this part of the game, if you step on a hunter trap, not only will that hurt you and slow you down, but that will cause possessed human enemies to come out of the woods and kill you. So the most important part between that tree stump and the white structure in the distance is not to get caught in a trap. Though once you get closer to the white structure, even if you don't step in a trap, a human enemy will spawn anyway and try to kill you. But by that time, you'll be pretty close to the white structure, and there's a generator there that you can turn on, and that will give you some breathing room. That'll create some safety for you. Alright, we got 3 road flares. That's it. Let's do our best to make our way through and not get caught. Again, if you do, you can always turn around, run all the way back up the path, jump up the rocks if you're good enough, and the enemy will backpedal. He'll leave you alone. But we got to curve all the way around here, go all the way over there where that light is, and we'll make it. Here are the traps. And every time you encounter traps in this game, when you first encounter traps, they're not too bad. They're spread out. But the further in we get, the closer together they're going to be. And the hitboxes are pretty close. Like, you don't actually have to walk into the center of the trap to trigger it. If I walked and I hit that little pedal right there, it would still clamp on my foot, even though that kind of wouldn't make sense. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it would. Maybe that's how old hunter traps do. You step on a thing and it would flip over and clamp on your leg. So you really, really have to be careful. So keep looking down and look for the shiny. Look for the shiny. There's another one right there. Sometimes it can be hard if you're shining the flashlight directly down on it. You won't even see it. You have to shine it and then move away. Alright. We can see a light in the distance. That's actually coming from the white building, the white structure we're trying to get to. Do your best to follow the path. There's a trap. There's a log we have to cross. And if you wander off the path and you start going too far off, either to the left or to the right, then random enemies will spawn and try to kill you. So don't think you can be cheap, like I've done in the past, and go all the way to the side where the mountain wall is, where there's hardly any traps, and be like, oh, I'll just take the easy route. The game's too smart for that. It's like, oh, you're trying to be cheap, huh? Okay. You know what? You don't have to trigger a trap. We'll just send enemies at you. It doesn't matter that you didn't trigger anything. That's fine. And that sucks. So don't do that. I don't know what the heck that is. It's just a rock. Okay. Also, don't stop walking for too long. Yes, you are safe if you don't step on the traps and you don't get too close to the building in the distance. But if you just put down your controller and you're like, I'm good, they're not going to spawn if I don't step on anything, the game will sense that you're inactive because your character isn't moving, and they will come after you. They'll just randomly spawn and kill you. So you're like always in danger in this game. There's one. I don't see any over here. We're going to go this way. It's right there. We're going to go over this way more. Checkpoint reached. Now I think once we get to that rock on the right is when it spawns, the human enemy. We've just cleared... Now we're going to run. We've just cleared all the traps. See, there's the darkness coming at us. There's the generator. Start it up. Bam, we made it. Checkpoint reached. We're safe. Let's get the page. The patients escaped the lodge. I was really, really happy to read this page. Out of all the pages I've collected in the game so far, this page may be the happiest.
The storm raged on as the Anderson brothers walked unsteadily away from the clinic with the other patients in tow, knowing that this time they wouldn't return. The darkness around them seethed with horrors, but Tor and Odin were unafraid. Their eyes glinted with guile. They knew every secret path, and there was blood on their hands. They had fought the Shades before.
So basically, all of the patients escaped from the clinic unharmed, and Tor and Odin are guiding them away. On top of that, the darkness isn't coming for them, it's coming for me. They're just in the same area where the darkness is, but they're fine. They know a whole bunch of shortcuts that Alan doesn't know. And they're not scared to fight. And they can fight. Where's the... Okay, I totally forgot where the light was. I got disoriented. Alright. We got ourselves another shotgun.
Left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
That's right. And I've seen some people actually pick up the shotgun, and they're like, cool, alright, I got a weapon. And then just continue, they run around the building and just keep going. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what do you... And I can kind of get it. Like, if you're looking at the stream right now, you can't even tell there's a doorway in front of me. But, I mean, if you just tilt the camera a little bit, you can kind of see that you can come in here. So, you know, you've got 3 boxes of shotgun ammo waiting for you. The Taken are filled with darkness. There we go. We can only hold 2 shells at once, but we've got 14 shotgun shells. That's a good amount right there. Now here, we sort of have a choice. I think we can go... Can we go to the right? Or do we have to go to the left? I've always gone to the left of the structure. And when you go to the left, I think when you first go to the left, there is a coffee thermos up there that you have to collect. I don't remember if there's any items up there or not. But once you start moving further away from the light and the structure towards the farmhouse, enemies start to spawn again. So, like, I wish I had a better memory to remember if it's worthwhile to go around here or not. But I really don't remember. I guess that's a no. Made it! Okay, so that's a no. I didn't see any items in there. I didn't see any, I thought there might be road flares up there, but I didn't see any. We're gonna try and I guess go back. And if he's there, we'll kill him. Keep your ears open. I'm not seeing anything in there, though. There's some traps in there, some hunting traps. I think that's made to, like, make you think that there's some pages in there. If you go left, you're screwed. If you go right, I think you're kind of screwed. I think that's actually the path there that you're supposed to follow. Oh, there's multiple enemies coming after me, right? Oh, crap. Run, Alan. Run. Drop off. Nice. Keep going. There's the path again. We're back. Oh, he's getting tired. He can't run. There's more traps, too. There's the gate, though. I think this is the gate we can exit through. Oh, the darkness sound is coming back. That makes it so much worse. That makes it so much worse. Oh! You know what? Forget you guys. Forget you. There's the light right there in the distance. Oh, crap! I could be dead right now. Oh, I screwed up. I lit a flare and then I just dropped it. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to hold on to it. Dodge, stick and move. Oh, crap! I was completely out of stamina. I had to do that. I made it, though. I made it without dying. Again, I'm shocked, because that's not an uncommon point to die at either. And you saw I went the wrong way. Instead of going right where the path was, I went left up along the mountain. So that turned out to actually work out. That put some distance between me and some other enemies. Kirby says, this isn't the second time you lit a flare and just dropped it. It is the second time I lit a flare and just dropped it. Once in the first part in the clinic and then again here. Because you get scared. Or at least I get scared. Sometimes, like, I press a button.
I see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Sometimes, like, I hit the button to think that, like, maybe I hit the button too quickly. Because sometimes when you hit a button, it's like Alan delays the action. And, like, sometimes I get so scared in this game, I actually forget which button to push to do what. Which sounds weird, I know, and that's never, ever happened to me in any other game I've ever played. Whether it's been a horror game, an action game, doesn't matter. But this game screws me up. So, like, I'll mean to, like, press the shoulder button here where he sprints or dodges, and I'll press the wrong button. I'll press the button to make him, like, light a flare. And I'm like, crap! And since I just mean to dodge, in order to dodge, you don't have to hold down the button. You just have to tap it. And so I tap the flare button, and he lights and drops it. I'm like, no! I didn't mean to do that. But we're safe. We're safe. We burned through all of our flares, which sucks. But we have all of our shotgun ammo, which is awesome. And once you get to the cabin, if you know what you're doing, the rest of the game is pretty... Well, not the game, but the rest of this episode isn't that difficult. Those two parts right there were the hardest parts in this entire stretch of episode 4. Well, once you're outside the clinic anyway.
Hello? Anybody here? Barry!
No! Danny, you're not! Ah! Please! Ah! What are you? Ah! No! Don't! I'm sorry! Ah! Ah!
He's fine. I'm sure he's okay. Get some more shotgun ammo. I think there's also a coffee thermos in here if you didn't get it before. We're going to go upstairs last. There's some more batteries. Finally. Typically, like in normal mode and easy mode, I don't care about batteries. I'm like, whatever. But I definitely care about them in hard mode because you do have to burn through batteries sometimes. Yeah, we got another road flare.
The front door was locked.
Yep. There's a manuscript page there, though. So keep that in mind. There's the vehicle. Okay. So we have shotgun with 18 shells and a singular road flare. And that door is locked as well. Though we're eventually getting... I like the look of this phone. I like old phones like this, the rotary dials. It's almost impossible to find these phones now. If you try... Well, not like this whole model of phone, but I mean just like rotary phones in general. I like really wanted one, just because I think they look cool and I like the idea of having a house phone. These rotary phones cost literally hundreds of dollars online where I've looked. Hundreds. Like, not 800. Like, we're talking like $300, $400, $500, $600 for an old style phone like this. Like, that's insane. Because I guess no one uses them anymore, and so they've become a very niche item. And, you know, once you buy a phone, you're not going to need a new phone for a long time, if ever. So, they're like keepsakes. Nah, not yet. Well, I guess okay. That's locked.
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for moonshine, you know? It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. My buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. The best friend's something bad guy who wrote this crap anyway.
We did. I like the fact you see his character multiple times throughout the game. Though you can choose to just run right past him and not interact with him at all, and you never really know who he is. But if you take the time to sort of learn who he is, then that's pretty cool. Alright, so we got our Magnum back. Half a dozen rounds. Get some ammo. Up to 18. 30 bullets. Poor guy. Alright. Now we're starting to become kind of like Rambo again. 30 Magnum rounds, 18 shotgun shells, road flare, door open, that's creepy. That's right, that is creepy. Creepy's not just in stream anymore, he's in the game. Nothing else here. Now I know, I don't remember if it's, no, I don't remember where he is, but I know we do encounter his friend Andy, who's been possessed. And Andy is a big guy. He's a big un. He moves slow, but he hits hard. So for him, we're going to get the shotgun ready.
I've run through every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive. Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's wanted all along. It will be free, unstoppable. It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in front of me to keep me going. It was never going to release her. I'm going to change this. I'll escape. I've written myself into the story. I'm now the protagonist. This feels like a terrible risk, but it's the only way to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way. Near escapes. Cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who'll help me. I'll make it happen.
Creepy says I've infected it. Creepy is everywhere. Around that dark corner, down the narrow alleyway, in that trash can, in your egg salad sandwiches. Not the egg salad sandwiches. I don't think he attacks you here. It's too narrow here. I mean, it would kind of be a good strategic idea for him to do that, but they're not very strategic. Referring to the enemies. Well, that's not true. Sometimes they are. Can I open this? Okay, I never tried to open that before. Especially the egg salad sandwiches. It's so dark in here. I feel bad for him. I liked him. He was a cool character. He didn't get a lot of screen time, if this were like a movie. But, looks like that thing like ripped up his back. No wounds on his front. Except for his face. Here we go. Worst case scenario, I can strike a road flare, but I'm going to try not to do that. What's up, guy? Come on. Break. Break. Flare. Come here. Where you going? Don't leave. There we go. Back up. Back up. Oh, crap. There we go.
Let me guess.
Woo.
Danny,
huh? Well, we burnt our only road flare. That sucks. Oh, we're alive. Used up 3 shotgun shells. We're still good. Round that corner, man. Hiding in a trash can. Everybody scream! Alright, we should be good. Switching back to Magnum. I wonder if he... I think he says to go out the window eventually.
I can climb out through the broken window.
Yeah. Because never in Alan Wake, ever in this game, can you climb through a broken window. So by this point in the game, you're thinking, okay, we can't go out there because you've probably tried to before in the game when it lets you. And so if you just walk close to it just to look at it, that's why it says, you're like, oh, so now I can go through a window. Okay.
The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast.
It's a good thing we have a car. He left his keys in the ignition. I've also seen some people just run over here and get in the car and drive away. I've actually seen some people totally ignore the car and just go on foot because they think they're going to miss something, which I understand. But when I do that, I just, like, drive slowly. Oh, crap. Oh, I'm so... Wait, I think it's in here. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. I totally forgot something. I totally forgot something. I hope I didn't just screw everything up. So, we were having a little discussion before about walkthroughs. And I was saying that I am using a walkthrough for this game, but only for like a trophy guide. And I didn't have it open because there's only one hidden manuscript page in Nightmare Mode difficulty. Is the light too bright on me? Let me see if I can turn this down. There we go. And I didn't have it open at the time, and the reason I didn't have it open is because there was no manuscript page in the, what is it called? In the clinic. But there is a manuscript page in this part of the game, but I have no idea where it is. So I hope I didn't pass it. I think it's supposed to be around an outhouse area, but I really don't remember at all. So let me bring up the guide for that. It was the outhouse that made me think of it. Because I think when I saw when I glanced at the trophy guide for the hidden manuscripts, I think it was near this area. That's what jogged my memory, was the outhouse. So let me see here. I'm going through it right now. I'm scrolling down it. This is still at the clinic. Those are the recordings. That's when the darkness started to pursue us. That's when we got our flashlight. There's the hedge maze. Here's the secret cache. Now we're at the farm. Okay, there's that. There's the campsite. Oh, there is a thermos up there in the white building structure we were running around to before. Okay, I know where that is. I know where those horrible things are. I know where that is. I don't know where that is. I know where that is. Oh, wait. Right. Okay. 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 Okay, good. We haven't passed it yet. Thank God. I would have hated to be like, oh, I missed it. I guess I might as well just beat the rest of this episode, and then I'll have to start playing through this part again just to get that page. That would be horrible. But no, it's actually quite a ways away still, so that's nice. Okay. Having managed to arm himself, Wake must continue to the Anderson farm and find the secret message the crazy brothers claim to have left for him. Okay. Now this is a game of exploration, and you are supposed to go that way. However, if you look behind you, there's two things that you can get here. You can ascend these steps, and there's the manuscript page on the rug that we saw earlier through the door. Hartman considers Mott and Wake.
For a moment, Hartman considered strangling Eve. Mott was mean-spirited, but easily manipulated, an emotional infant who lived for his approval. Wake, by contrast, was a far more difficult subject. Mott had given him too much leash. In 2 days, who knew what could happen? Hartman would have to find a way to rein him in, and quickly.
So we have ourselves a manuscript page. I think once I actually died here, I got curious and I started looking around, and I ran that way. And as I was running around, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, and I just ran off the cliff and died. But the second thing you can get, and this helps quite a bit, is the barn is open here. Or not the barn, this isn't a barn. The cellar is open here. And you can descend into the cellar. And I think we do get attacked by an enemy on our way out. I don't remember. No, I really don't remember. See a string of blood. Looks like something came over here and really clawed the heck out of that deer. You can go up the steps, but there's nothing there. This actually leads to the wooden door that was locked inside the house. That one right there. Walk around, and there's a chest of hidden items. So, or a hidden chest of items. We have flare gun ammo, which is nice. We have a flashbang grenade, that's awesome. A flare gun, that's awesome. We now have 2 flare gun shots. A road flare. And let's toggle back to the Magnum. And then let's toggle back to our road flares, and there we go. Creepy says it's Sunday now. Yes, it is. But we are going to continue with Spooky Saturdays until we have wrestled the darkness back to episode 5. Are there no enemies? I guess there's no enemies. Sweet. I thought someone was gonna like either run down the stairs or run down those stairs to try to kill me, but no, we're good. Sweet. So because we explored a little bit, we got ourselves a flashbang grenade, 2 flare gun shots, and that was it. But that's not bad. Oh, and a road flare.
Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting him. After all, I'd made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Something else I thought was kind of humorous. Because I'm in, like, Alan Wake streams a lot when people are playing. So long as they're playing in, like, English. I like to understand their reactions. But we're getting closer. I think where that tractor is, there is a coffee thermos. Again, it's not there for us because we've collected them all. I think once you get around, maybe this tree, you can see the darkness getting thicker. And I know once you get down off the path, off the elevation, and you get down to this ground area here, the darkness is everywhere. And once you get out of your vehicle, that starts a countdown timer. And if you're out of your vehicle for too long, human enemies will spawn, a lot of them. And they will pursue you non-stop until you kill them. But so long as you stay seated in your vehicle, you're safe. They won't spawn until you do something like story-specific thing to spawn them. But until you do that, you're fine. Now, if you want a shortcut, you turn right on this dirt road, and you basically make a loop. You go down there where that bright light is, and you can progress to the next part of the game. But if you don't want to, and you want even more items, then you can drive up here, and you can, as you can kind of get a clue there by the headlight, there is a chest inside that cabin. A lot of people park right here, which makes sense to do so, and they get out and they go into the cabin. That's not a good idea. Ah, Fusion's here. Hello, Fusion. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing tonight? Fusion asks, in for a long 11-hour stream again like last night? Oh, you were there, Fusion? For our Franchise Fridays Borderlands 2 playthrough? Yeah, that was like an 11.5-hour stream. I think it was like 11 hours and 27 minutes. I just couldn't stop playing. It was such a fun game. Usually around lurking? Gotcha, gotcha. Well, thank you for being there last night, and thank you for being here tonight. But I don't think so. I probably have the energy to do an 11-hour, but with Alan Wake Remastered, I really like just doing one episode per night. And I see we're already at 4 hours, but I don't think it's going to take us another 7 hours to beat this episode. We're already a really good ways through it. If I had to guess, I'd say max another 4 hours, but I don't think it's even going to go that far. We're almost to the farm. So, again, if I had to guess, I'd say maybe 2 hours. Fusion says, I'm doing good. Just ordered some stuff and got multiple concert tickets. Ooh. Updated firmware on my arcade machine as well. Wait a second. Okay, so that just generated 3 questions for me. First, I'm glad you're doing well. But one, what stuff did you order? If you don't mind me asking. I'm especially interested if it's gaming related stuff. 2, what kind of concert tickets did you get? And 3, you have an arcade machine? I think you might have told me that before. Like you have like a MAME arcade machine that has like a ton of games in it. I didn't know you could get firmware updates for it. That's pretty cool. If that's indeed what you told me before. But for those who are playing this, you can see I'm not doing anything. I'm just kind of sitting here chilling, and as long as I'm on my vehicle, I'm fine. Once I get out, the counter starts. However, because the developers do want you to loot what's in the cabin, you see that blue mailbox that's right there? If I get out, there's like an invisible line where that blue mailbox is. If I take my vehicle and I drive beyond the blue mailbox and I park here and then get out of the vehicle, I'm fine. Enemies will not come after me. You won't even hear the darkness music. I'm okay. If I go beyond that blue mailbox, the darkness music will start and the human enemies will spawn almost instantly. So that's why you really want to pay attention to where things are in this game. And you want to listen for audio cues as well. But I have to pause the game again because I have to use a restroom again. I think it was the coffee, but we're out of coffee now, so that's fine. Give me another couple of minutes. Maybe we'll get to read Fusion's answers when I get back, and then we'll continue our walkthrough through Episode 4 of Alan Wake Remastered on Nightmare difficulty. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Thank you again, once again, for your patience. Okay. Let me re-equip my headset. Okay. And let us resume. That makes you nervous, though, that the door keeps, like, flinging itself in and out. But even if you look through the window, you can see that there's no one here. They haven't spawned. You're safe. Look around. We have some more batteries here. We're up to 12 now. But I've literally seen people, I think one of the last people I saw, they saw the painted arrow on the rock that's supposed to tell you that there's a hidden chest in this room. Instead, what they did was they kept driving up the dirt road. They got almost to where the ranger tower is. They parked in between the ranger tower and this cabin, and then they started to run back down here on foot while the darkness music was playing and while enemies were spawning. And they never made the connection between the audio cue of the darkness playing when they were not in the vehicle and that music going away when they were inside the vehicle. So, you know, I would say in any game, but especially in a horror game, make sure you're using as many of your senses as possible to sort of feel out the situation. Especially taste. Don't forget to lick your controller. It's very important. Alright. We now have full Magnum ammo, which is awesome. And let's see what's in the chest. We've got another flashbang grenade. Sweet. We have more flare gun ammo. Nice. We have another flare gun. We can take the ammo out of that. We have another flashbang grenade. And is that everything? That is everything. Also make sure to always pan the camera down and look inside the chest. Sometimes it'll seem like you picked everything up, and you'll pan the camera around and you'll still see items in there. It's just that maybe like one of the items was over here in the corner and you can't really see it, and since you're sort of positioned in an awkward way, your character's not targeting it, and so you think that there's nothing left in the box, but there is. Let's switch back to our Magnum, and let's look at our items again. We have full Magnum, 15 shotgun shells, a flare gun with 4 flare shots, a road flare, and 3 flashbang grenades. We're starting to build it up now. Let's go through real quick and make sure that all of our guns are fully loaded. They are. Okay, good. So we're starting to rack up some ammo. Creepy says, don't recommend licking a shared controller, but it adds to the spice. Unless the person before you is eating Cheetos. There you go. The most important thing is smell. Make sure you get all up on your TV. Snort the dust off. Builds the immune system. That's right. Okay. So again, we are not going to go past that blue mailbox. Not on foot. We're going to get in here instead. There we go. We could also get in the Jeep, but I prefer the truck. I don't like the idea of like stealing anyone's vehicles. I mean, we kind of did, but I mean, I'd rather steal one vehicle than steal 2 vehicles. And drive up the dirt road. Again, we are in darkness territory. If at any point we get out, enemies will spawn and try to kill you. So you don't want to do that. You can also completely bypass this point. I don't like to. I always like to go up there, and I'm going to go up there. Even though we will have to fight enemies if we do, but I like to do it anyway. So we're going to back up our vehicle a bit, and if you park in here, then this is not considered a darkness area. You're considered safe. So you can get out. No darkness music is playing. You can wander around, jump up here, and so long as you you go directly up the stairs, you're fine. You try and explore too much, not fine. Now, I honestly forget what other items are up here. There's a radio, so if you're trying to listen to all the radio shows in the game, to go for that trophy or achievement, you do have to come up here for that. Aside from that, I don't really remember what else is up. I know there's a hunting rifle, and there's hunting rifle ammo. I'm hoping there's something else up here besides just that to really make this worthwhile. It doesn't look like there is. Let me see something. So we can keep the shotgun and 15 bullets, or we can switch to the hunting rifle. That gives us 5, 8, 11, 14. We're shy 1 bullet. So what I'm going to do here, almost every time I get the shot, I pick up the hunting rifle, because once we walk downstairs, enemies are going to spawn. They're going to trigger and try to kill us. Typically what I do is I keep the hunting rifle, and then I let the enemies chase me up in here where this light is on. They'll actually break programming, and they'll come in here even though there's a light on, and that'll help me wear down their darkness shields. And I'll try and just play like round the rosy around this desk right here to keep my distance. And then I'll kill them with a hunting rifle, and I'll switch back to the shotgun, and then I'll descend, so we kind of get some free kills. But I think what I'm actually going to do, since this is nightmare mode, is I'm going to keep the hunting rifle as my main gun. And there's 2 reasons for that. And again, your choice doesn't really matter that much in easy mode. Actually, doesn't really matter at all in easy mode with these guns, because they're both really powerful. In normal mode, for the most part, it doesn't matter. In nightmare mode, I think it's going to matter. So the hunting rifle is, in fact, stronger than the shotgun. Like, its bullets deal more damage than the shotgun. The benefit of using the shotgun is that it sprays. So it's possible to hit multiple enemies at the same time if you have multiple enemies coming at you whose darkness auras you've worn off. But most of the time, based on the way I fight, that doesn't happen. I typically pick them off one at a time. Or I push them... Well, actually, that's pretty much it. I mean, if I can't get around them any other way, I'll pull out the flare gun, or I'll drop a flashbang grenade, but that's about it. So let's turn on the radio, get some music going. Get some talk radio.
As I'm sure everyone's noticed, that storm we all felt coming is finally here. The boys at the Weather Service reckon it'll last until morning at the very least. Pertaining to that, let me read that missing persons alert again. The Sheriff's Department's still looking for a Caucasian woman, 30 years old, slim and blonde with blue eyes, who may be lost in the woods, and it's possible she's been injured in a car accident.
That's our wife.
If you see her, please make sure you get her indoors and call the sheriff. It's bad weather to be caught out in, so if you see someone in the area who maybe looks a little confused, give him a hand, all right?
He just probably got some people killed right there with that advice. Okay. But we're also going to switch to the hunting rifle and keep it, because as you can see from the mag size, the hunting rifle can hold up to 5 bullets at a time. This shotgun here can only hold 2 shells at a time. So I'm going to leave that here for now. I'm going to walk back downstairs, and when the enemies spawn, I'm going to turn around, run all the way back up here, run inside, and kill all of the enemies using the shotgun. And then I'll ditch it, and I'll take the hunting rifle. And I think that's going to help me out a lot during the rest of the episode. At least I hope it will. Okay. And we have Fusion's answer. Fusion says, I ordered 3 vinyls. Ooh, nice. I have some vinyls myself. What kind of... Well, let me look. I was going to ask him what kind of vinyls, but he might have mentioned that, so let me keep reading. That's cool. I have some vinyls of my own. They're all... Well, no, they're not all. Most of them are video game related. But I also have the vinyl to I think maybe the only vinyl I own that is not video game related is the record for the movie Oh Brother, Where Art Thou. I like listening to those tracks. Those are pretty good. And Fusion says, I got tickets to Red Hot Chili Peppers. Ooh, My Chemical Romance and Rage Against the Machine. That sounds awesome. And a 4-day pass to a reggae festival. Dang, you're going to have some fun. The Machine... Oh, now let's talk about the arcade machine. The machine I put custom firmware with all the consoles plus main games. You don't know how many thousands of games, but console-wise, it goes up to about the PlayStation 1. Okay. Handheld, it's up to the Game Boy Advance as of now. Excuse me. Have to figure out how to put newer consoles from those onto the machine. I can stream my PC onto it to play games from Steam on it as well. Oh, that's cool. So you can get an arcade experience with the Steam PC games. That's pretty cool. That sounds like good news all the way around. 3 new vinyl records to enjoy, some awesome music concerts to attend, a reggae festival, and you're expanding the catalog of your arcade cabinet. So that's really awesome. Well, you're updating the firmware, but you're looking into expanding the content on there. Nice, very nice, Fusion. Congratulations. Let me know how that goes. Okay. We could also go down there and steal that guy's car, but again, I'm not going to do that. We'll just stick with the pickup truck. And once we start to descend the stairs, the enemy should spawn. There we go. Don't even stay to fight. Don't even do it. Run. He's already getting tired. That's fine. Keep going. Get back in here. Turn around. Bam. Reload. We have our flashlight to help us, and we have the ceiling light to help us. Bam. We already broke his shield. There's the big guy right there. They're trying to hit me, but they can't do it because they're still outside. Nope, we're going to have to strike a flare. Reload. Stagger. Got him. Nope. Reload. Bam. That got a little close, didn't it? That got a little close. But that's all the enemies. We had to waste a road flare. That does stink. But we survived. It's tempting to reload the shotgun, but don't do that. Try to keep what shotgun ammo you have. Now we can swap to the stronger hunting rifle. We have a mag size of 5 and 14 hunting rifle rounds. I think in terms of power for the guns, like I think the hunting rifle's bullets are like 50% stronger than the shotgun. So like if it takes 3 shots from a shotgun to kill an enemy, like it took 3 shotgun shots to kill that big guy up there, it would have only taken 2 hunting rifle shots. And again, that shotgun that we had before only can hold 2 shells at a time. The hunting rifle can hold 5 bullets. So higher overall damage per shot and better DPS because of its larger magazine size. Now if you find the pump action shotgun, that's a different story. I think that can hold like either 8 or 10 shots. That's probably the one you would want to hold on to. But yeah, let's switch back to our Magnum. There we go. So we got to kill all of those enemies basically for free. And as we continue through this level, we're actually going to find more hunting rifle ammo. You will find more shotgun ammo as well, but the game kind of assumes that you chose to keep the hunting rifle, not the shotgun, and so you'll actually find, I believe, more hunting rifle ammo than you will shotgun ammo. Fusion says, probably won't put the newer consoles just yet, because it might have trouble running on it. Have to wait until those emulations are in a better running state. Gotcha. Excited for the concerts. The reggae festival's probably like 20 minutes from me. Nice! It's one of the best reggae festivals in the country. That's awesome. It's always awesome when you can attend like a concert that's near you. Because other people who might want to go to that concert, like you said, it's a 4-day concert. Like if they want to go there and they're from out of town or out of state, they would have to like rent a hotel room for 3 or 4 days. And that's a lot of extra expense depending on, you know, where they stay at. So the fact that you live so close, you can just go there, have a lot of fun, drive 20 minutes back home. You have access to all your, you know, your food and amenities and everything right there, and then just go back the next day. So that's awesome. I like stuff when stuff like that happens in my area too. There's some anime conventions that happen down here. There's not really many gaming conventions, which does stink. There's some music festivals, some food festivals, and so it's nice that most of them happen right downtown, and that's like 15 to 20 minutes away from me. So, always an exciting time. She says, luckily I live in an area where the bigger cities that have big concerts are within a 2-hour drive from me. Nice, so even that's not too far. Alright, now we back out. And now our goal is to go to the farm. Well, the farm area. As we drive, that water tower, well, I'm not sure what that is. There's no water tower on it, but that's going to fall over. And when it does, enemies are going to spawn. When that happens, we'll reverse up the road, blast them with our headlights, and then run them all over. See, here's the other part of the dirt road where we could have turned right in our truck a while ago and just taken this as a shortcut, and we could have just not gone in that cabin with the hidden cache of items, and we didn't have to go up there where the tower is either. You could have knocked out, you could have just bypassed both of those areas, but we would have missed some items, some useful items. So I always like to go down there when I can. There we go. Darkness just caused that accident. Wait for the human enemies to come out. They're going to come. There they go. Where'd they go, Shaggy? Where'd they go? You can break their shields from up here. I think there's 4 of them. There's the second one. Maybe it's just 3. And hit the gas. 1, 2. Reverse. Reverse. That's a normal enemy. We just broke his shield. Here's the big guy. Bam. We just broke both of their shields. Let's go. We killed the normal guy. The big gun, as I like to call them, he's way stronger. In easy mode, he dies in 1 hit. In normal mode and nightmare mode, he takes 2 hits. But that's it. We've just killed pretty much all the human enemies we have to. There's nothing in this huge cornfield. It seems like there would be, but there isn't. That's... I mean, you can explore there if you want to, just drive around, but there's nothing there. This is still a darkness zone, so if you get out of the vehicle, you will be attacked. Let's see. Fusion says, I don't know if you ever heard of Santa Cruz, but that's a general idea of where I'm from. Is that in California? Santa Cruz, California? Okay. And here you're kind of annoyingly stuck. Yeah? Nice. I've thought of California as like the West Coast Florida, because Florida's where I live. Both are right on the coast. They supposedly have nice beaches. I say supposedly because I've heard California has nice beaches, but I've never been to California. There's a lot of cultural events that take place there, a lot of festivals, and both have really nice climates. Though from what I understand, the climate in California is nicer than the climate in Florida. And that's probably because it stretches up north so much. So you can go swimming and in the same day at the beach, and in that same day you could go skiing in the mountains. Whereas Florida doesn't have any mountains. It's pretty much swampland. And it rains a lot more here. But still nice weather. Also, Florida's supposed to have the tastier oranges. California has the bigger oranges, so more food stock. But Florida's supposed to have the tastier ones. I guess because they're smaller fruits, and so the sweetness inside is more concentrated. I guess that makes sense. Phoenix says, yeah. Phoenix says, a lot of people would know because they sell a lot of skating merch. And you'd probably see people wearing shirts. Okay. You're born and raised in Santa Cruz, but you're from the Pebble Beach area. Ah. You're sure everyone has heard of Pebble Beach because of the golf stuff right by the ocean. Oh. I think I've heard of that. I feel like the first time I heard of Pebble Beach was in connection to an old sci-fi movie. What was it called? Dark City. Let me see. I'm curious now. Dark City. Oh, no. With Dark City, it was called Shell Beach. Okay. My mistake. Good movie, though. Alright, next part. This part, I have to say, sucks. Really, really, really badly. So all the stuff we did, all the stuff of driving down the hill, driving all the way around, looting all the chests, none of that had a checkpoint. So if you die at any point in here, you have to repeat all that stuff all over again. That really sucks. The good news is all we have to do is get to that light in the distance. But there is a big mechanical thing there. And once we get about halfway to where that yellow mechanical vehicle is, human enemies are going to spawn, and they're going to come through this gate and try to rush at you and kill you. So you have human enemies, human shadow enemies coming up behind you. That yellow mechanical monstrosity comes alive and possessed by the darkness, and it tries to swing its arm back and forth. And if it hits you like 2 times, I think it's like 2 or 3 times. In Nightmare Mode, it's probably 2 times. You die. At the same time, you have human enemies throwing knives at you, and so if they hit you, you can also die. But if you're lucky, you might be able to time it so that you run around the mechanical arm and into the light, and then you're fine. Then the yellow vehicle disappears, the human enemies, for the most part, stop attacking you, and you're good. So we're going to try that. It's always going to try and stay all the way to the left. Some people try to go to the right and make it underneath the arch of the mechanical arm, but that's typically a mistake because it swings back and forth so quickly that as you try to run underneath, it's going to come back and clip you. And when it hits you once, it's going to start rotating the other way, and then it's going to hit you twice, and then you're dead. So, wish me luck. Creepy says, ever been to Vero Beach, Orphe? Vero Beach? I don't think so. It doesn't sound familiar to me. Fusion says, Florida seems to have nice beaches, but where I'm from, you can literally drive off cliffs. It looks insane taking that drive. You've done it once. Wait. When you say you've done it once, you mean you've done the drive once? Or you mean you've driven off a cliff once? Okay, let's get closer, because once we get out of here, we're in a darkness zone, so enemies will spawn. And we're going to try to jog until that yellow tractor comes alive, and then we're going to try to sprint past it. Oh, no darkness music. Don't care. Just staying on track. There it goes. Go! Oh, we made it! Don't stop running. Don't look. Now you can stop. Look at that. That big, huge claw thing came down and crashed on the earth. And if I walk closer to it, the human enemies will respawn. I don't see them right now, but they'll respawn. Interesting. I feel like getting closer to see how much closer I have to get for them to respawn, but I don't want to get too cocky. And it's like, oh, look, they're not respawning, and then they get, like, too far away from the light, and then they spawn, I'm like, oh, crap. Oh, there they are. They were hiding behind the wheat. Then they go back down once they get into the light. Ah. Creepy says, oh, Vero Beach. I feel like I've heard of Vero Beach, but no, I've never been there. Unless it was a long time ago and I don't remember. My parents used to love to go to the beach. My father used to love going fishing at the beach. And my mother used to just like to lay on the sand. My sister likes it too. I was never a beach person. I'm more of a park person. I like being around like chipmunks and squirrels and like sitting on swings and being around like nature and trees and stuff. Never really too big into like the sand and surf. Oh, okay. Fusion says done the drive once. Okay. I was going to say, if you drove off a cliff once, that's a story. Kirby said it's relatively close to St. Pete. Okay. Fusion said if I drove off a cliff, I'd probably be dead on the ocean. Not necessarily. It's possible, but not necessarily. Alright. Now, I learned the hard way. Though I did think it was kind of comical. This is a checkpoint, so if you die from here, you'll respawn here. But I did die here once. And I thought I was safe. And the way I died is I came over here. We're supposed to drop down. And I stood here. There's nothing over here, by the way. But I stood here. And I was just kind of like looking around. I had my back to the checkpoint. I was just kind of like panning the flashlight around and going, oh, look at all that stuff. We're kind of close. The farm's over there. And I wasn't paying attention. And if you just stand here and you don't do anything, that's what happens. See that? They come after you. They don't care. They still want you dead. But he actually got through. He actually got like all the way over here. I think the only reason he got caught is because I turned around and started running back towards the light. But if you just stand over there and you don't do anything, they will sometimes come from behind this car and they'll run and they'll stick all the way to the mountain because they try to make a straight line for you. So if I was standing like right here, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere too close to the light. He actually would have squeezed through and he would have killed me. Oh my gosh. That made me nervous right there. And it's also possible to miss this as well. Like if I would have run through the back behind the vehicle over the rocks, I wouldn't have run through the light, because running through the light is what triggers the checkpoint. So I could have run behind the vehicle, gotten over here, the yellow thing would have still disappeared. And I could have just stood here to relax, and they could have snuck up on me, killed me while I'm here, and I would have to repeat that all over again. That would have really, really sucked. Let's see. Fusion says, LOL, no, trust me, no way of living. Lots of deaths have happened on that drive due to driving off, sadly. Aw, that's a shame. Something like that can't really happen in Florida, since, again, it's mostly swampland. Or actually below sea level. And I can't even imagine what it's like to see a mountain in real life. The closest I've come is to go to a place in Florida called Zephyr Hills. And Zephyr Hills, I mean, Florida has no mountains at all. But Zephyr Hills has some pretty high hills, or I consider them to be pretty high. Again, I've never seen a mountain in real life. And I've been to the top of some of those hills, and you look down, and you're like, whoa, like that's far. And I can only imagine what it's like to do that with a mountain. That's got to be something. Creepy says, I've technically driven off a cliff. Really? In real life, or in a video game? Fusion says, if you type in Bixby Bridge on Google and see the images, that's the bridge people have driven off. Aww. Creepy says, there are phosphate mines in Lakeland. I didn't know there were phosphate mines in Lakeland. I didn't know there were any mines in Lakeland. Actually, that's not true. I know there's some mining being done in Zephyr Hills, but I don't know what for. But I've seen, like, the mining vehicles. Alright, let's continue. We're almost there. We have to drop down. And again, if you want to shortcut this, you can just run right across the field, right where those fireworks are, those red sticks, and that will enact a cutscene. And then we'll have ourselves sort of a stage battle. We'll have to fight against a lot of enemies. I want to make sure they don't sneak up on me again. And then we'll proceed. But you can choose to sidetrack and go this way if you want to. And that is what we are going to do. So drop down, point of no return. At least I'm pretty sure it's a point of no return. I've never tried to get back up there. No, you can't. Okay. There's a windmill house, which you cannot enter. Now, if you just go down that path and enact a cutscene, you don't have to fight any enemies in this area. We're not going to do that, though, because if you lower the flashlight, you can see there's a yellow arrow painted on that wheelbarrow, which means there is a hidden cache of items in this barn. And that is what we are going to try to collect. Because, again, there's a lot of enemies over there that we're going to have to fight. And so the more items you have on you, the better. Ooh. Also, you can see in the distance that glowing thing. Right there in the outhouse. That is the one nightmare, or that is the one missing manuscript page in nightmare mode in all of episode 4. So we're going to go pick that up first. Oh, crap. It's near the graves. I hope I don't die. So I said before, in episode 4, there's one enemy type that's unique not only to this episode, but to the entire game. And the only way you encounter it is in episode 4, and it's those three graves with the crosses on them. If you get too close, skeletons will rip themselves up from the earth, from their burial plots, and they'll fly at you. And they can kill you. From what I remember in normal mode, their darkness shields break very quickly. And I think they only require like 1 or 2 bullets in order to die. But it's scary because they fly around so quickly. So I'm going to try to not do that. Alright, Hartman during the missing week. Oh, what was Hartman doing the missing week?
Hartman had never felt as anxious as during the week after Maud had managed to lose the weights. Their car stood by the path that had once led to Diver's Isle. Hartman thought about Tom Saint's cabin in the depths. It was only a matter of time before Wake started writing. They had to be found, and fast. The moment he heard on the police radio that Sheriff Breaker had picked up Wake, he was already in his car driving toward town.
Interesting. Alright, we now have all of the manuscript pages in episode 4. Now we just have to survive. Creepy says, in real life, I was off-road racing and skipped a turn on a downhill hairpin and ended up driving over the precipice of a 40-foot drop. Dang, how'd you survive? 40 feet in a car, that sounds like, depending on how you hit, that could either kill you or cause the car to land and explode, and that would kill you. Suspension, like this is like the wheel suspension. Fusion says, I think Bixby Bridge is like 280-foot drop. Oh, that's, yeah. I can see someone surviving a 40-foot drop. 280 feet, that's far. Cars don't explode. Really? That's just a movie thing? Alright, so we're going to back up. We're going to respect the... oh, there they are. We're going to respect leaving them alone. We're not going to antagonize the dead. Kirby says, I did ruin the car, though. Bent the chassis. Got it. Part of what stinks is we're going to go in here and we're going to get attacked by, I think, 3 guys. One's going to be a big one. And then we're also going to attack by at least, I think, a normal guy and maybe 1 fast guy. And they're going to attack us separately. So I'm kind of... If they attacked us all at once, I'd probably want to drop a flashbang. I don't really know how I'm going to handle this yet. Which is not good, because I always like to think ahead and strategize. I feel like maybe we'll try to use our flashlight and revolver, and if we have to, we'll use a flare gun shot, but I really don't want to do that. Actually, no, I really don't want to do that. Maybe it was a flashbang. Alright. Flare gun. We now have 5 flares, or flare gun shots. That's awesome. A 4th flashbang grenade. More flare gun ammo. And we're full on magnum bullets. So we basically have free magnum ammo now. Now, as soon as we take a step in that direction, they're going to start coming through the door. Kirby says, also broke the last 3 vertebrae of my spine. Dang. I'm guessing you had to go to the hospital for that. Here we go. Oh, I think I have to open the door. That's what triggers them. Stay away from my daughter. Oh, crap. He's a charger. Forget you. Gotcha. Get away from me. So we lost a flashbang grenade. That stinks. But it was a free flashbang. We got it from the chest anyway. Had to use a battery. That kind of stinks. At least a flashbang though killed that bit. I really thought we were dead. I'm surprised on Nightmare Mode difficulty that that big guy running into us twice didn't kill us. But I guess it's because he didn't cleanly hit us. Like, he basically like smacked into our shoulder. He didn't hit us head on. Now, we might as well pick up the revolver ammo. Back up to full. No other enemies are going to try to fight us. Between here and the cutscene. Again, unless we try to go antagonize those skeletons, which we're not going to do. You know what? What I should do is I should think about what strategy I enact once the cutscene ends. Because once the cutscene ends, you just get dropped into battle with a group of enemies. I should think about what I want to do. What's our ammo looking like? Full magnum, 3 flashbang grenades, half a dozen flare gun shots. You really want to save those, though, if you can. And 14 hunting rifle shots. I feel like I'm going to use a lot of... I'm probably going to use all 3 of my flashbang grenades. And there's items on stage to help you as well. Probably going to use a fair amount of magnum ammo. You do fight a boss in this game later on. And another big one in a very, very small, tight location. And you really want to save the flare gun shots for those enemies. But we'll see what happens once we get to the stage. I'm just going to leave it like this. On the magnum and the flashbangs. Yeah, you did go to the hospital? Okay. How's your back now? Oh, that's right. I know you do typically wear a heating pad on your lower back. So I guess it's still kind of rough, huh? Okay, we have a red closet there of items. We have a red closet there of items. I think we have either a shotgun or a rifle right there. I don't remember which. We have some more ammo, some more road flares. Maybe some more flashbang grenades there.
Kind of rock stars.
As well.
I hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Here we go.
Run! Incoming! There's too many of them!
God damn.
That was pretty awesome.
I'm so glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson.
Shut up and shoot!
Did we get the lantern? Nope.
We have to fight them all! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Al, did you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? This place is stopped! Al, hold on! I'll try to get the stage lights on!
Ah! Yeah! What's up? Reload. More flashbangs. More road flow. What the heck was that? Oh, there was someone behind me. I didn't even know they were behind me. I am so lucky I survived right there. There's our pump action shotgun. Ah! I dropped it too late. I dropped the grenade. At least I start from the cutscene. I start from the stage. Oh, I start from here. That's even better. I didn't know that was a cutscene. We got way more hunting ammo and batteries here. Nope. Wow! Look how quick that was. Indy's right. I have to stop being so, like, conservative with my ammo. If there's a time to go all out, it would be now. We're hunting rifle this. I'm dead. New strategy. I'm gonna switch to road flares. There we go. Now when they get in too close, I can strike that to push him back some. We're halfway there, though. Once that light hits the front stage, you're pretty much done. Road flare. Road flare. Make sure no one's behind me. Flashlight's decently charged. Got him. Sweet. Checkpoint reached again. Reload hunting rifle. Road flare. Oh, dang. That broke his... He stepped right on it, too. That's what happened. The, that thing that burst. I think that actually killed him. Oh, yeah, because those fireworks deal damage if people get too close. Shut up. Reload. Don't let you die. What about me? Road flare. Reload. Stepping into the lights also causes the enemies to despawn temporarily. Nice. Road flare. Be quiet. Oh, sweet! He was right next to one of the fireworks. Now that's a rock concert.
That was awesome!
Yes, it was.
Bright Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
Mm-hmm. Just really quite lucky that the checkpoints are so generous. Like every time you run into the stage light, that's a checkpoint. If you never go in here, then when you die, you have to start the whole thing all over again. I've seen a lot of people do that too. They never run into the light. And so the enemies just keep spawning like nearly non-stop. It's pretty hard. Alright, more batteries. Good. Try to stock up on as much stuff as you can. Let's reload our handgun. Always want to make sure all of your guns are loaded. And we never had to use a single flare gun shot, which is epic. And we still have half a dozen flare gun shots. That's awesome. Let's see what's in here. Goodie box number 1. Yep. We'll go on ahead and now we're full of Magnum ammo. And hunting rifle ammo. More batteries. We're now full on batteries. More hunting rifle ammo. Let's pull that back out. And reload. There we go. And goodie box number 2. More hunting rifle ammo. We can get shotgun ammo. It's not going to do anything because we don't have a shotgun right now. Well, I got to move away from that. There we go. All right, 16 hunting rifle rounds. We have to leave the Magnum ammo. Now, that's a pump action shotgun. That I think holds either 8 or 10 shots. And it can hit multiple enemies, but again, usually I don't fight that way. I get all the enemies to funnel into a space, and then I use like stronger stuff like flare guns, or I use road flares to break their shadow defenses, and then I whittle them down one at a time. And this game isn't too good about like giving you narrow spaces to funnel enemies in where a shotgun could actually do some real good spread damage. So it's not all that useful. Huh? Hold on, don't be impatient. I'm trying to gather my thoughts here and to gather some ammo. But we're going to pick up the boxes anyway. So if we come across... Actually, I don't think we're going to come across another shotgun in the game. But 16 hunting rifle bullets should be enough. There's not really too many more enemies that we have to face. I say that now. This could be my... Well, let me see how many bullets there are. It might be worth the trade-off. 32. Should we do it? Double the ammo. $16, $17, $18, $19, $20. I think we should. I think we should stick with the shotgun. Even though the hunting rifle is stronger, I've said before that I think the hunting rifle is... Each bullet is like 50% stronger than a shotgun bullet. And so... That's basically like you have 50% more ammo in a hunting rifle compared to the shotgun. But even if that's the case, the shotgun has double the ammo of the hunting rifle. So I think it would actually be more beneficial to keep the shotgun than it would be the hunting rifle. Just lower DPS. Actually, not even lower DPS. Lower damage overall. Or per shell. But that might still be okay. I hope this doesn't bite me in the rear end. Like we don't pass a checkpoint and then I can't come back and I should have kept a hunting rifle. That would really suck. But we're going to chance it. We're going to chance it. I am grateful that we got this far, though. And that's it. This is perhaps like the hardest part. From here on, the rest is pretty easy. There is a boss, like I said, later on, but if you know what you're doing, it's not too difficult, especially if, like me, you tend to be very conservative and hoard your ammo. So we have like half a dozen flare gun shots. We're going to almost instantly kill the boss. Well, at least you would on normal mode, and definitely on easy mode. I can't say the same thing for nightmare mode. Mulligan questions Nightingale's orders.
Deputy Mulligan tuned Gordon's chatter out. He didn't think riders were particularly useful people, and a huge manhunt for one stuck in this idiotic. Certainly not worth the missed opportunity for coffee and pie. It wasn't even clear what the man had done, except run from them at the trailer park. Mulligan knew he wasn't alone. The sheriff's patience with the Fed was running out.
All right, get to the Anderson house. Wake and Barry are making their way through the Anderson's farm. Through the Anderson farm's outbuildings in order to reach the farmhouse and the secret message that awaits them. Excuse me. Now, excuse me. It's gonna take a... Hold on. I think it's something's in my throat. I gotta get something else to drink. I sound kind of haggardy right now. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. With some coconut milk. And feeling better. So, let's go ahead and jump back in. Excuse me. Alright. These scarecrows are kind of spooky. I wonder why the darkness never possesses a scarecrow and either has it like try to come after you in a spooky way or just picks it up and sends it flying at you. Like, it could have done that, but it never chooses to. Again, the first time in Normal Moon, when I came across this field, I'm like, oh crap, I'm going to die. All these scarecrows are going to come alive, or maybe like one's going to come alive and it's going to try to attack me and I'm not going to know where it is or how to avoid it. Something to know, as far as items in this area, there aren't any, but there is a coffee, I mean you can't see it now, but there is supposed to be a coffee thermos if you're trying to collect all the coffee thermoses, like right here. And as you run through, sometimes the cutscene happens too quickly and you're not able to pick it up. And when the cutscene ends, you're already on stage. You have not missed your opportunity to pick up the coffee thermos. Just stay up there, kill all the enemies after they're all dead, then run back down and then pick up the coffee thermos. Don't try to run through the enemies to get the coffee thermos. I've seen people try to do that, and it always ends poorly. I feel bad leaving behind all those weapons and ammos, and they're all so pretty. But, we gotta let them go. We picked up all the ammo, like, right? Like, even, like, shotgun ammo and everything, and hunting rifle ammo? Yeah, okay, that's just Magnum ammo. I wish I could just take all of the weapons with me. Like, why can't I give the hunting rifle and revolver to Barry? Because he has no weapons at all. Then he can help me gun down enemies. Wouldn't that make sense? Oh well. Or at least if he, like, doesn't want to use the gun, he could hold it for me, and then I could come back and fetch it from him. Like, that would be cool. Okay. Now, let me take an ammo evaluation here. We have fully loaded Magnum, a couple of road flares, 3 flashbang grenades, half a dozen flare gun shots, and 32 pump-action shotgun shells. I think 32 might be as many shotgun shells as it can hold. And you want to load up, because once you get past that area, actually I think once you get inside here, this place, you can't get back out. The door locks behind you. So you can't backtrack for ammo, basically, which stinks.
See, bestseller, no reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time. We need to get this thing moved out of the way.
This is as far as I got before they ambushed me.
It's pretty clear what you have to do. Climb up there, press the button, that raises that, and then you can walk through. Very easy puzzle. A little bit of platform, but it's not hard. Also, and I could be wrong about this, but I don't think I am, there's no enemies at all if you choose to explore this entire field. Now, there's no reason to explore this entire field. There's nothing here, except back there, which is where we're going to go. I don't think there's anything here either, but I just want to double check. No, okay, there isn't. Now, once you get to the other side, you're going to have to fight some enemies. But, until we get there, we can come over here. A lot of people seem to miss this as well. We don't need it, but I'm going to show you where it is. Also, you can't exit. I wish you could exit. You'd probably die if you did, but I would just like to exit to see what's in that house, if anything. And then backtrack up the road to where our crashed car was. Because we were right there. See, that's the railroad tracks right there on the broken down bridge where we almost started this part of the episode. Again, I always like looking at the beginning of an episode or close to the beginning of an episode from like almost the end of a level or the end of an episode. We started there. We had to go all the way down there, all the way around this huge, almost in a circle to get back down here again. Like, how crazy is that? That's really cool. I love that. But no, the doors are locked. You can't get out. But if you come over here to the cart, there's another manuscript page. Nightingale finds the manuscript.
As the deputies hauled Wake and Wheeler away, Agent Nightingale eagerly examined the stack of papers Wake had been carrying. It was incomplete, a collection of random pages, but there was enough. He saw his own name in there, among others. His hand shook with emotion. Finally, it was proof. He had been right all along.
All right. Now let's head back. I was also scared that maybe some of these vehicles would come alive and either just try to hurl themselves at you or just try to drive into you and kill you. That doesn't happen. But this game always keeps you guessing. This game is very, very good at building expectations and then shattering those expectations to kill you. But if you kind of want like an easy answer as to whether or not something is going to kill you or not in a given area, if Barry shares the area with you, actually, I can't even say that. I was going to say if he shares the area with him, then nothing's going to try to attack you or kill you, but that's not even true. You might grow accustomed to that and think it's true, and then the game will switch things up on you again. And, what does that flashlight say on it? Oh, it looks like it says battery vaults. And then when you think you found the pattern, a given pattern to the game, it will break the pattern and kill you. Which is something I enjoy about the game. You never feel safe, or you rarely feel safe while playing this game, and that's part of what makes it fun, for me anyway.
I think Alan Wake here has something to say. What's that, Al?
I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
Alright, now you can either just walk right off the edge, which if you do that you will take some damage, but it's not a lot of damage. Or just walk off of here, again you take some damage, but not that much. And this game is very generous with its health regeneration. If you just don't take damage, again, for a given period of time, your health will regenerate completely. Though in Nightmare mode, your health regenerates at a slower pace than in normal mode or easy mode. Alright, Barry, you ready? Let's go do it to it. Actually, I think once you get in here, something happens and it causes this to break and drop and block you, and that's why you can't get back out. Checkpoint reached.
You look at that thing, Al. They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff. They must have done okay for themselves. So how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
Okay, this is good. I forgot these were here. We have 2 more boxes. At least 2 more boxes. Is that 3? No, that's 2 more boxes. 2 more boxes of shotgun ammo. Another box of revolver ammo. We have some shiny items over there. This is the storage shed for the Anderson brothers. The Viking shields, their Viking ship. And you don't get attacked in here yet. So let's tour around, pick up some items. Hunting rifle ammo in case you chose to keep the hunting rifle. Road flare, we're up to 3 now, nice. More hunting rifle ammo. Pick them up anyway. I don't think we encountered another hunting rifle. Actually, wait, we just grabbed 2 hunting rifle shots, or boxes of ammo. So what would we be up to now with the hunting rifle? Each one carries 4 bullets. 16, we had 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24. No, it wouldn't be worth it. It wouldn't be worth it. Because we have even more shotgun ammo here. So, we'll save it. I also think, and I'm not sure, but I think once we go out here to fight some enemies, I think we can still get back in here. If that's the case, and it's best to use the shotgun to kill them all, and then just collect the shotgun boxes of ammo afterwards. I also think, it's around this table area. It might be on, actually I think it's one of these bales of hay. There should be a coffee thermos. If you haven't collected it yet. And let's watch a little TV.
Hey, remember when I got you that gig? Your first real writing job. What got you started? Was this one of your episodes?
Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr. Jones as he explores the endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation. A long line of people.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until this finest photo's good and ready. Oh, wow. Who's that? You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us. He dreams everything. All of us.
But wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. Honestly, isn't this my dream?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Get real, pal. You're just another dream. I'm a dream. You're a dream. The weirdo in the diving suit is a dream. And the girl made of smiles and sunshine is definitely a dream.
But I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming this.
Well, maybe you're a really confused dream. What am I, a shrink? All I know is I'm going with the smart guys, and they say that's the guy doing the dreaming. Right there.
I don't know what that means.
It means we keep him happy. No sudden falls. We make sure he has his clothes on when he goes out in public. No chases where the monster is nipping at his heels and he runs like crazy, but his legs don't seem to get him anywhere. None of that. Because if he wakes up in a cold sweat... Yeah, precisely. So we wait till he wants to move on. Keep things nice and calm.
Hey, something's happening here.
Yeah? What's that?
What? Can't you hear that?
Oh, God help us. It's an alarm clock. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Please, man, I got a wife and kids. Please don't wait.
Aww. So much for the dream. Alright, find a way through the barn. The funny part about this episode to me, or at least about this part of the episode, is that the easiest part of this entire episode, or at least once we're out of the clinic, is the boss fight. The boss fight is the easiest part of this entire episode. And we're not too far from it. But it's only easy because, again, I've been conservative with my ammo, and I have a lot of stuff, like, racked up. If that wasn't the case, it'd be very challenging. The Anderson brothers in the 70s.
It's 1976. Madness reigns at the Anderson farm. Contrary to all logic, the headiest ingredient of their moonshine is unfiltered water from Cauldron Lake. The Andersons feel like gods. Odin can't stop laughing. He contemplates cutting his eye out.
Which he did.
Tor runs across the field, naked, shrieking, hammer in his hand, trying to catch lightning. Their stones have power. Something ancient is stirring in the depths, coming back.
That's why their moonshine causes you to see the truth. Because you're drinking cauldron like water.
Imposing, almost like a battering ram.
Hint, hint. We can't pick that up. We're full on batteries. Checkpoint reached. We're supposed to use that to lower the boat, but if you go further, you actually see their poster, their tour poster. The Old Gods of Asgard, the 1975 Ragnarok tour. Be awed by celestial wrath and fury. Seattle, Washington, Bakersfield, California, Long Beach, California. I wonder if Bakersfield... I wonder if that was put there as a reference to that... What was that? The alien sci-fi horror movie. I don't remember what it's called now. New York City, New York, Newark, New Jersey, Detroit, Michigan, Jacksonville, Florida, Tampa, Florida, that's where I am, that's where I live. New Orleans, Louisiana, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And what's cool about this, you see this again. The tour. You see this in the game, what is it called? Quantum Break, also by Remedy, which came out after Alan Wake. There's a lot of Alan Wake references in the first couple of episodes of that game. And I was told there's also more Alan Wake references in Control. And Alan Wake also references an earlier Remedy Entertainment work, which is Max Payne. And you get that in his TV interview, in Alan Wake's TV interview, where they question, like, in the last book you killed the hero. Why did you do that? And he's like, yeah, he always had bad luck with women. He was a dreary guy, but it was a good run. It was time to do something else. And that was basically Remedy saying, we had a good run with Max Payne, but now it's time for something else. We're moving on to Alan Wake. We're trying something new. So that's a cool little, like, I don't know if it's an Easter egg, but it's pretty cool. Kirby says the metal band in this game is also in Control. Very cool. Charge! Now, of course, they let him go through, and he gets to escape, but when I try to escape, it doesn't work out so well for me. Alright. Now the darkness begins to stir. The only good point, or part about this, is that they don't spawn endlessly. Also, once we knock down that boat, and it crashed through the doors, from that point on, this looks like it's still hovering up there, but the doors down there are locked now. We get locked in, so we can't escape and go back for more ammo. Reload. There we go. And there's more. They're coming. I don't see them yet, but they're coming. Or, unless we have to get closer first. There we go. Reload. Nice! Very nice. Alright, we're down to 30 Magnum rounds. We're going to get attacked by more enemies, but I'm thinking, should we switch from here to the shotgun? Or no? Like, each carton of Magnum ammo has 12 bullets. So once we get down there, we can pick up the Magnum ammo. We'll be at full Magnum ammo again. Or we could pick up the shotgun ammo. And we're going to have to fight more enemies outside. Should we save the shotgun ammo for when we get outside? I think so. Or we might just play it by ear. We'll see. We'll see how hard the enemies are going to come at us. We can always strike a road flare if we get surrounded. I don't think we get surrounded, though. I could be wrong. We'll see. There we go. Come on. There you go. Shake it off, buddy. Shake it off. Yeah! Reload. Just want to make sure no one's sneaking up on us. I don't see anyone. Kind of questioning whether someone's going to run out from behind that wall or not. No, I guess not. Alright. Go downstairs. Seems like the darkness is dissipated. Let's get the revolver ammo. We're almost at full. I believe we're going to have a boss come after us soon, so we're not even going to play with him. We're switching to the shotgun right now. There he is. Ah. Whoa. Oh crap, where is he? If I'm not careful, he's gonna kill me. He likes... Uh-oh. Gotcha. Right in the booty. Yeah. That wasn't too bad. All right. Let's keep it going. Yeah, so now if I want to try to run back... See? You can't. It's locked. They locked it on us. You can't escape that way. Though really it's just the developer saying, no, you can't go back for more ammo. That's cheating. But I don't think this doorway ever closes. So, I know once we get outside, there's going to be more enemies. We could try to be cheap and just try to run past them all. But, again, that's not me. Also, if they bump into the live wires, they die instantly. He's right there, and there's a light there. So if I can run around this, whatever that is, and get to the light, the enemies despawn and we're good. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try checkpoint, triggering the enemies, and then running back here. And if I have to, I'll strike a road flare to push him back. Why is that just hovering there? That's defying the laws of physics right there. Unless there's like some steady breeze that I'm unaware of that's just keeping it curled that way. It's the same thing with that one over there. That's weird. I've never seen that before this episode. Usually they're lying straight. Did it move? No, it's still there. That's weird. And also the enemies are not dumb enough to walk into them, which makes me sad. There we go. cool. Two of them walked right into it. Oh, he missed. That was really close. That was really, really close. That was intense. This is the first time I've ever implemented that strategy, by the way, where I just turned around and ran. On normal mode, I tried to just dance around the power lines, and that helped quite a bit. On easy mode, I kind of like backed off, and I tried to run behind this thing, and I made a circle, and I just tried to like bob and weave past the enemies to get to the light. But now that we killed them, and we've used up some more shotgun ammo, let's come back. And I don't think we have any more enemies to fight yet, so we're going to pick up some more here. Oh, that didn't max us out. Well, that's fine. We're good. Also, try not to get hit by the power lines. They will also hurt you. Switch back to our gun. You know, it will instantly kill you, but... Oh! Dang it. Ah! You are not nice. Let's get the shotgun again. There we go. Be quiet. Oh, nice. The little guy got hit by the power wire. Calm yourself down, sir. There we go. Alright. So the power line still came in handy. That was pretty nice. We killed 3 of them that way. I didn't think we'd kill any of them that way. And that truck stays there. It never tries to kill you. Also, if this is your first time through, right here, on top of the spindle, will be a pyramid of cans. And if you shoot down 15, I think it's either 12 or 15, but I think it's 15, cans of pyramids, you will get a trophy or an achievement. I think there's like 30. I think there's like either 20 or 30 pyramid cans in the game, though. So if you miss some, it's okay. I don't think you have to kill the truck. You're just going around that way. Right? Oh, no, you do have to kill the truck. That's fine. It never flies at you. You can just kind of come up here. Watch me say that, and then it, like, flings itself at me and kills me. But you can just kind of hang out here and focus your light on it. Now, this is kind of interesting. Let's switch back to our Magnum. In easy mode and normal mode, you can stand all the way back there where the power line is, and just focus your flash, and just point your flashlight at it. You don't have to focus it, just point it. And eventually it will kill the truck. But I guess in nightmare mode, you can't do that. There we go. So yeah, that's a strategy you can use in normal mode or easy mode, because you're standing like right here when the enemies spawn, and as they spawn, if you just keep your flashlight pointed at the truck, it'll get consumed by darkness almost as soon as the enemies spawn, and you can backpedal, and as you're doing that, you'll probably kill the truck as you're backpedaling, shining your flashlight on the other enemies. And then you could just try to like bum rush, or just use a road flare to run up to them, strike it, you can pass by without getting hurt, and then you can just run over to Barry and you'll be safe. But that's it right there. Once we get to that house, we're done. This episode's over. Pretty much. So we're almost finished with the episode. Checkpoint reached. The Anderson brothers still.
Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single.
Good luck with that, pal.
Hey, we'll find us a way out of here, okay? I'm gonna take a closer look at this stuff.
Whole bunch of bottles of moonshine.
The door was barred from the other side. I'd have to find another way.
Just kicks it open now. He's come a ways. He's come a ways from being scared of most stuff in episode 1 to just like kicking down doors and shouldering down wooden walls and just going after enemies now. It's like he doesn't care. It's good to see. Right, before we go up further, quick ammo check. 40 bullets in the Magnum, half a dozen flare gun shots, 3 road flares, 3 flashbang grenades, 26 pump action shotgun shells. The next enemy we come across, I think, should be another 1 or 2 floors up. He's going to be a big one. We're going to use the shotgun to take him down, and we're going to use a road flare to push him back. Though when we first see him, he might actually hit us. Because it's like he spawns right in front of you and just whacks the heck out of you. Or he tries to, anyway. Alright, more shotgun shells. Nice. Alright, we're up to 30. Oh. More shotgun ammo. Nice. Up to 32. I wish that would have been more ammo, but whatever. Yeah, I think he's right up here. What? Back. Back, I say. Back! Back! Oh, did we pop a shield? That's what you get! Yeah! Yeah!
I'm good. Keep your eyes open, okay?
I'm fine, but he's not. Referring to the guy I just shot, not Barry. Barry's good. Alright, there shouldn't be any more enemies in here. Let's... Oop, wrong gun. Switch back to our Magnum. 28 shotgun shells. Not bad, not bad. We did fully reload it, right? Yeah, we did. Okay. I always like to make sure all your guns are fully loaded. There's nothing in the green crate, right? No, okay. Just making sure. Keener radio up ahead. Nothing over here. Let's keep going. No, nothing here. I remember once I thought I was slick. Oh look, floating rocks. I ran past him once up the stairs, and I climbed this ladder, and I was like, haha, he can't get me now. And it's true, shadow beings, shadow humans cannot climb ladders. And then eventually I got to the other side, I opened the door for Barry, and I walk in and just kind of look around, make sure that there's nothing there around Barry, like no items or anything. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And as I'm standing there, I hear footsteps, and I'm like, is Barry coming back? And nope, it's that big guy. He was in the building the whole time. He ran all the way down the stairs, and he whacked the crap out of me. I killed him, but I thought he would have despawned by then. Lots of moonshine.
As you regular listeners know, I tend to work through the night. I'm not the only one. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton are taking a couple of moments off their busy schedule to join me here in the studio. Boys, how busy are you now? Deerfest is almost here, isn't it? I bet that keeps you in business.
Pretty busy, yeah. Actually, Pat, we've been real busy with other stuff, which concerns an ongoing investigation. Can't talk about that, Thornton. I wasn't gonna say anything. I'm just saying we got, other irons to fry.
And how would you compare your workload to last month? Things have seemed relatively peaceful to me, but people do tend to get a little wild this time of year.
Oh, it's wild, Pat. It's pretty wild. There's been all sorts of trouble this year. Vandalism, lighting, public disturbances. A lot of people gone missing, too. Yeah, it's pretty much the usual stuff, Pat. Just, a lot more of it.
Now, is it just me, or does Deerfest get wilder every year? People seem to be more drunk, at least, or they start earlier and younger.
Oh, it's definitely not just you, Pat, but definitely, Pat. Hey, I'm talking here, Thornton. Oh, shoot, I lost my train of thought.
Not just me.
Oh, yeah, it's wilder, Pat, but actually most of the trouble seems to be coming from grown men. People who ought to know better, Kids are doing fine this year.
Well, that's nice to hear at least. Boys, I want to thank you for stopping by. I'll let you get back to your patrol.
Sure thing, Pat. Yeah, sure thing, Pat.
Which is nice to hear. That means the darkness isn't affecting the children, it's just going after the adults. Though it could just be going after the adults because they're more likely to be outdoors at night. More batteries in case you had to waste any. Your second opportunity to pick up a heavy-duty lantern in case you missed it on the stage. Good music. New checkpoint reached. There's the pulley system. Generator, more batteries. Again, we can't pick up batteries. I'm trying. We're full. We can only hold 20. Start the generator. There we go. That powers up the elevator, if you want to call this an elevator. And there's the Anderson farm. Well, house. All we have to do is go across the field to the house, and that's pretty much it. We're done. What did make me, super anxious, though, when I got up here, is I looked to my left, and it's like, wait, what's that over there? Is that a machine that has, a spindle? I don't know what it's called. I'm not too familiar with, terms for farming vehicles. But it's like one of those vehicles that has a long cylinder with blades attached. We drive it over crops, and it cuts up all the crops or wheat or corn or whatever it is. And I'm like, is that thing gonna try to kill me? I'm pretty sure, as heavy and strong and sharp as those blades are, and as the vehicle is, it's that probably a one-hit KO. That would really stink, but that doesn't happen.
I could see the building had to be the Andersons' home, the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
Kick it open. There you go. All right. That's locked. And we've got more hunting rifle ammo, but again, we're not going to come across another hunting rifle ammo. Or another hunting rifle, I should say. More road flares, so up to 5. Nice. Yeah, we'll get it. I mean, I feel like we're wasting it because we're only going to get 2 bullets from there, but we'll pick it up anyway. And more shotgun ammo. Because once we get out of here, we're not going to... I don't think we can come back inside. This thing right here is what I was talking about. I thought there was a second one over there. Turns out that whatever this thing is called, that's just a spare part. It's just leaning up. It's just like next to that building or shed or whatever you want to call it. But this thing here, this thing is the boss. This thing is going to try to kill us once we get outside. So we're not even going to toy around with this. This is what we've been saving stuff for. We're going to switch immediately to the flashbang grenades. And we're going to toggle over to our flare gun. And we are going to unload on this thing as best we can. Now, this episode we've had potato aim, as has been pointed out by more than one person on this on tonight's stream. But we're going to do our best. I mean, it is pretty big. It is pretty hard to miss. Let's hope it is pretty hard to miss for me. And hopefully we'll kill it pretty quickly. Again, this is nightmare mode, so I'm guessing it's going to take quite a few shots to kill it. But hopefully it won't be too hard. And as we're running around, human enemies are going to come and also try to kill us. So it's going to be fun all the way around.
You've got to be kidding me.
Look how close that was. Oh, crap, reload. What am I doing just standing here? Got him. Boss is dead. 3 flare gun shots. Oh, crap. Flashbang. Matt, you know what? Why am I wasting my time? There you go. You want some? Come get some. Come on. There we go. Oh, you want some too? Come on. Come on. Oh. Yeah. Oh, you fell. Come at me, bro. Come on. I got 26 shells. And I have the benefit of knowing that he is the last enemy in this game that I have to fight. Well, I'm sorry, not game. The last enemy in this level that I have to fight. What are you doing? Calm yourself down, sir. Calm it down. Sit yourself down. Go ahead. There you go. Bam. That's it. Awesome. And the game fools you. It thinks there might be more. Well, I mean, there's a red box there, but you could have just run up to that for extra ammo. But that's it. We've pretty much beaten the episode now. And we still, even on nightmare mode difficulty, have tons of backup ammo. 22 shotgun shells, 5 road flares, a fully loaded magnum, 3 flare gun shots, and 2 flashbang grenades. That's pretty good. We can't get back in here though, right? Yeah, once it crashed through, it knocked it down. Now you would think he'd be able to crouch and crawl in there, but he can't do that. Why? I don't know. And yeah, we'll fill up on batteries again. Some more road flares, more shotgun shells, and we can't pick up any more revolver ammo because we're still full. So 26 shotgun shells now, 8 road flares. This is awesome. And all of this is going to get taken away once we beat this episode. And I really thought beyond here we'd still get attacked by more enemies. Like, you can see a sledgehammer in there, or on the table, and I'm like, okay, so we're going to climb up and fall off the edge, and then we're probably going to get attacked by more enemies. I thought, like, another big guy would burst through here, and then maybe some other guys would spawn right around there. Maybe someone would crash out that door, and then I thought maybe we drop down here, and then more would try to like bust through that door, and I thought I was just going to be completely surrounded, but no, this is it. Now it's just sort of a formal technical process of actually just doing what we have to do to advance to the end of the episode, but we're safe, so we can relax, we can set it a sigh of relief.
Al? Is that you out there, buddy? Yeah, it's me. Hang on. I'll try to find a key to get the door open.
I had to find a key to get Barry out.
Hey, what's the holdup? Come on, this place is all dusty. You know I got my allergies.
Find the silo key. And you can't quite see it, but just behind those treetops.
Come on, Al, open the door already. Seriously, I don't like it in here.
And a bit further back is the mountaintop, where we started the... I want to say the start of the game. Where we started this part of the episode. We're very, very close to where we started the episode. It's so cool, the way it bends you back around. But, oh.
Holy crap. I think I lost some body weight with that one.
Barry. But yeah, I was really expecting an enemy to come out. Now that it's forcing you to go to Silo for the key, I'm like, nah, there's someone gonna, at least one person's gonna crash up behind this door and try to kill me. It's like, nope. Or this light that's flickering is gonna flicker off, and then someone's gonna come in the door and try to kill me. Oh. There's even a little thing here that you could shoot to make this place explode. I don't think there's anything in that area. I've never tried looking before. It probably would be enough force to move it anyway. Get the silo keys. I'm kind of tempted to do it anyway, just to see what would happen. Why not? We're not going to face any more enemies. Let's give it a try, see what happens. Oh, it's not. It's empty. Oh well.
Hey, let's go, man. I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al. Looks pretty heavy. Ah! Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there. This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
We should feel right at home then.
And just because we're going to get max Magnum ammo again. I'm coming. I also don't think there's anything in this field other than the boss fight. And I think that's just because, depending upon where you run, a lot of stuff around here can get destroyed. And so I don't think they want to put like a coffee thermos or a manuscript page and then you worry about it's going to get messed up by the vehicle and you won't be able to get it later. They really just want you to focus on the boss fight. Looks like he was really trying, doesn't it? He's putting his back into it. Here's something else that freaks you out. Yeah, a chainsaw stuck into the tree. You're like, man, up until this point in the game, we haven't faced any chainsaw-wielding enemies. It is coming, though. That's foreshadowing right there. But this really reminds me of Resident Evil 4, where you do get inside of a house that's multi-story, and chainsaw enemies come after you, and all sorts of enemies start busting through the windows and coming through the door. And I'm thinking, man, all that stuff we just went through with the boss and everything, and I still have a ton of ammo left, so who knows? Maybe there's going to be some crazy stuff going down in this house. Maybe we're gonna get through the door, and I'm gonna look outside the window, and I'm gonna see a shadowy figure come up and rip the chainsaw out of the tree and start it up and start coming up the stairs at me, and a whole bunch of crazy stuff is gonna start happening. And nope, doesn't happen. Old gods know the truth. Can also run behind here if you want. You don't have to. I don't think there's anything here. I could be wrong about... Actually, I think I am wrong about that. I think there might be a coffee thermos behind here, between one of these posts. Back of the house. Actually, no, I think that's wrong. I don't know if there's any manuscript pages or coffee thermoses out back. I don't think there's anything out back. Inside the house there is, but not out back. I did, one time, run right off the edge here. That was kind of funny. I was just exploring, running around outside looking for stuff, and I just happened to just fall off. But here's Cauldron Lake again. We can't see the, what is it called? The clinic from here. But the clinic is on the lake, so it's probably way further back that way. But, yeah, we're on the same lake that we were at the very beginning of this episode. So, let's go back to the house. You also can't get out that gate. You can't explore anything outside here. I would have liked to go and explore that house down there, or, you know, try to explore some other places, but, eh. I think most people... That trash bag also scared me too. It looks like a person when you first flash your light on it. But I think most people who get this far are just grateful to have gotten this far. And they're like, man, I've held this knot of fear in my stomach all this time. And we've been streaming that for almost 6 hours. And it's only been 6 hours because I know what I'm doing. I know where enemies are going to pop up. I know what to expect. And so I feel comfortable and confident to do what I'm doing. But if this were my first playthrough, playing through this full episode would probably take me like between 12 to 15 hours. It would like double the playtime because I would be super cautious with everything. Creepy asks, doesn't the entire game take place at Cauldron Lake? No, some of the game takes place, well, actually pretty much all of Bright Falls is on the lake, like even the town. But some of the game does take place inland to the point where you cannot see Cauldron Lake at all. I believe next episode is like that, episode 5, where we're actually, not at the beginning, but during, or is it episode 6? Actually, I think you might be right. There are some points in the game where you can't see Cauldron Lake, but you're always very, very close.
Lights are out. Guess we better check the fuse box.
Asgard, in the Valley of My Shadows. I don't know what it is with all these trash bags there. Do they just not throw away garbage? Please do not recycle. Do they just like... Oh, there's one of the records. Do they just like fill up a trash bag, tie it up, and just like... They don't even throw it outside. They just kind of like leave it inside the house. Look at that. Now that's when you got the munchies right there. When you just rip the door off the hinges, that's when you hungry. That's when you hangry. Nice wallpaper. Their own little stage inside their home. Very awesome. Turntable.
Power downstairs was out, but I was sure I could fix that at the fuse box.
I would have at some point liked to see like an enemy with an axe or something walk outside the house, like outside the window, just to scare you, but not actually come inside the house. Like, they've done that in other parts of this game, where you see an enemy like quickly like run or walk by a window and you're like, what was that? And if you go outside to investigate, they're not there. Like, that would have been cool. That would have been a nice touch. But, eh. Also, if you are playing through this game for the first time, right in here on the chair should be a coffee thermos. So if you're looking for them all, and there are 100 of them, be aware there's one inside. Hey, you're blocking the stairs. There we go.
You know, this place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
Yeah, I don't think they keep too close an eye on them at the clinic. They seem to slip away a lot so they can get wasted.
No kidding. Those guys sound awesome.
They do. Old gods know the truth. Orf! Ink! How are you doing, Ink? How are you doing tonight? I saw you launch about the same time I launched with some Parasite Eve 2. How did that go? Manuscript page. The Mystery of the Missing Week.
Again, Alice's screams rang in the stillness of the night. I saw myself run toward the cabin, flashlight in my hand. I followed my past self. I was an out-of-body observer, a time traveler in a crazy drunken dream. This was the beginning. The night Alice had disappeared. The mystery of what had happened during the missing week was about to reveal itself.
Find the fuse box. Having reached the main building of the Anderson farm, Wake must now find the message the brothers have left for him. Ink says, I still haven't tried this yet, but I am excited to stream it eventually. I am excited to see you stream it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun for me. This is my third playthrough, and this is nightmare difficulty. And, as I've probably told you before, I'm just trying to survive and find the very few hidden manuscript pages that are in this game that can only be obtained in nightmare mode. So this is pretty much the end, or almost the end of episode 4. And then we'll probably call it. I don't know how much longer we have, maybe like another 20-30 minutes. But it's been a lot of fun. I love this game. Ink says, I've got to do Silent Hill Homecoming. LOL. Promised it to my chat already. Yeah, you've been playing through some various Silent Hill games. I've been watching those. Ink says, I've heard nothing but good things about this game, though. Yes, it is very, very good. The beds of the brothers. The Anderson brothers. That's pretty cool. It's interesting that they have bags and bags of garbage downstairs, but their beds are made. I like that. That's kind of funny. All right, we got the fuse box. Again, nice wallpaper. Ink asks, is it your favorite horror game? That's hard to say. I mean, I probably have a few favorite horror games. Dead Space 1, Alan Wake, Outlast, and particularly its DLC, Whistleblower. Those are probably some of my favorites. I tend to like horror games that are more atmospheric and that include more adventure rather than just action.
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talk about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? That's gotta be what's-her-face, the crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right. Must be.
But I think that's because out of all gaming genres, my favorite gaming genre is pure adventure. Pure adventure being where there are very few enemies, and it's really just all about exploration and just kind of enjoying the atmosphere of the game, enjoying the environment, the graphics. And there are some puzzles, but there's usually not a lot of puzzles, and they're usually pretty easy. You could say it's almost like a walking simulator with a few puzzles and some good story elements thrown in if you want to get into the story. Like audio diaries spread around the place, and you pick them up and you listen to them or you read them to try to get a clue as to what's going on, and you kind of piece things together, so there's a bit of mystery involved. Like, I love those kind of games, and so I tend to veer more towards atmospheric horror. I guess more like Silent Hill than like Resident Evil. But I love a lot of horror games, and I eventually want to get back into the Resident Evil series, and I have that actually scheduled out as to when I'll be doing that. I'm probably going to alternate that with the Silent Hill games. Did I go in there? Oh yeah, I did. Guitar. But I love a lot of different horror games. That's why I dedicate every Saturday to just horror. I like retro horror, I like action horror, I like adventure horror. Adventure horror just happens to be my favorite. But, okay, I was just curious if I could go outside again. But I love it all. Hank says, mine has to be Outlast 2. And not because I liked it. It's because it really terrified me. And that's what I want in a horror game. It really hit me hard. The anxiety and chest pain was real, LOL. Wow. Eventually, I am going to force myself to get through Outlast 2. I wasn't a big fan of it at first. I didn't really care for the gore of Outlast 2 and how it kind of forced you to run around a lot. But I do want to stay caught up with the Outlast story. And I really liked Outlast 1, and I loved Outlast Whistleblower. So I am definitely going to make time to get through Outlast 2 and beat it. Again, just to stay caught up with the lore. So when I'm going to do that, I don't know. I don't think I have it scheduled yet, but that will definitely happen in the future. But I know what you mean about the anxiety. This game does that to me. Not so much right now, because again, this is my third playthrough. So I'm kind of aware of what's coming and when. But even my first couple of times through this, and at certain times, even during my third playthrough through this, which is now, it just puts like a knot in my stomach of dread and horror. And it's like I just hold it there in my stomach as I play. And after so much time, I actually have to stop playing because it causes me to get physically ill. Like, it caused me to get sick, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I gotta stop. I gotta put the game down. And I don't want to because I love playing it so much. I love everything about it. The story, the characters, the graphic, the music, the sound design. Everything in this game is so well done. It's so rich. It is such a masterpiece. But at the same time, it makes you so scared to creep around every single corner and what could be lurking in the darkness and what can literally spawn out of nothing. And just about anything can kill you. That it spawns within me that love-hate relationship that has been unique with me to this game, and perhaps a bit with Dead Space 1 as well. I haven't played through Dead Space 2 or 3 yet. I eventually want to. Ing says, see, that's what I enjoyed about it. The intensity and the adrenaline, LOL. I'm all about that kind of stuff. It rarely gives you time to breathe, albeit sparingly. I see. Then you may not like Alan Wake as much. Alan Wake is kind of a roller coaster. It takes you up high, and then it'll keep you up there for a while, then it'll take you back down, and then it'll kind of be nice and calm for a little while, and it'll spike back up, and it just keeps going like that. So it's highs and lows. It's not just like high and then, a little dip and then back high again. So, but that kind of again, that messes with you because you're not ever really sure entirely when you transition into complete safety or into complete, danger. Oh, my shadow, that's creepy. Play the record. Ink says, slow building horror is also really good, but sometimes I want to rush. Understandable. Layers of Fear 2 is...
We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on, Barry. This is... Yeah, what the hell?
Isn't that what you would do if you were in a stranger's house with shadowy people trying to kill you? Just hang out and get drunk? They were literally just trying to kill you, like...
You're a crazy bastard. I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what. Ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
Like 30 feet away.
God damn it.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No,
you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What?
That's right.
What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
They play this well.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. But it's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
I've been both of those people. There you go. Pass out drunk, but there's people like literally outside who want to destroy you. That's good. The moonshine is letting him see the truth.
Alice, I'm coming. It's all right. I'm coming. It was a crazy drunken dream, and yet it was more than that. It was the truth. A suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened.
Such a good story. Ink says, Layers of Fear 2 is slow-building horror, and it got me the mannequins. Oh wait, and it got me. The mannequins are too much because you don't know when they'll start moving. Ooh.
Beyond this lost memory, there was nothing. I had to follow the footsteps of my past self to find out what had happened that night.
I'm looking forward to play that as well. There's so many great horror games out there to explore. He says, I've got to go to sleep. It's been a super long day, LOL. I'll see you next time. Have an excellent stream, friend. Thank you, Ink. Sleep well. May... May you not get too terrified of the nightmares you may have inspired by the games you play. Or perhaps you enjoy that kind of thing. Either way, sweet screams, or dreams, rather.
I remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off.
Back to Bird Lake Cabin, where it all began. Well, almost where it all began.
Alice? Alice!
This first-person movement is kind of interesting. When I let go of the analog stick, he keeps moving. It's almost like he's walking on ice. I guess it's because they never really planned you to navigate anything in this game in first person except for what we're doing right now. and that's why it's off. But I mean, there's no combat that takes place in this mode, so it's okay.
I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crash car and finding the first pages of the manuscript.
That's kind of appropriate. It's probably a good thing that Ink went to sleep now, because I would hate to spoil the mystery for her of what actually happened during Alan's missing week. What happens if I ignore that and I just go upstairs? Oh, is it not letting me? Oh, it's not letting me. Interesting. I thought maybe we could see like a cool cutscene or something. Maybe we get to see like an extra scene with Barbara Jagger. That'd have been pretty cool.
I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
Alice!
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
Yes.
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You laugh at the whole thing together and put it behind you.
Alice?
She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her. Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do. You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her.
Yes. All right. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back. No. I wrote it.
I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobweb she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish. To interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. We'll know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my Barbara a long time ago. She looks so old.
Oh, the darkness did age her. So when she got taken, she was that young girl we saw.
I'd woken up, confused and groggy. My mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape.
I'm still learning new things about this game as I play.
The week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious and fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night.
It's my fault. That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Easter egg. Joyce is the last name of the main character in Quantum Break, the next game developed by Remedy Entertainment. End of episode 4. We did it! I thought tonight we were going to divide this up into 2 separate streams. But no, we did the full episode. We are now 2/3 of the way through the game. Very cool. We'll sit through the end of the episode and see the intro to the next one. Great soundtrack. The whole song is a clue about what Alan needs to do. Get that Pico. End of episode 4.
Previously on Alan Wake. Under the influence of the Dark Presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Episode 5, The Clicker.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deerfest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light. Hello.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ew. Oh, wait, we're in jail now? Oh, Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
And that's how we lost all our gear again.
Oh, I am never drinking again.
I need to talk to Weaver. She's the one in the song. The Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not done.
I had some reading to do first, Sheriff. And let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. With me in there, Bret Easton Ellis.
I don't know what all these different names are references to, though.
Well, we all want things, Sheriff. I wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist. Wait, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Hey, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent Nightingale, your opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead... Wait a minute. I know this...
Oh my
Now-
god!
Now she's a believer.
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Oh, man. We're sitting ducks with the lights out.
Stay cool. I can get the emergency power on.
Follow Sarah. After Agent Nightingale gets snatched by the Dark Presence, Sheriff Breaker agrees to help Wake to reach Cynthia Weaver. Alright. Now I am going to give one final tip. Since we're ending stream here, and next stream we're going to pick up right from here, and we're going to make our way through all of episode 5. So, first, I'm kind of curious. How many manuscript pages are there for Nightmare Mode in this episode? 1, 2, 3. 3. Just 3. Okay. This isn't... I feel like this isn't really that long of an episode. Okay. How many are there... I should have just gone to episode 6 after this. How many are there in the game? Oh, there's 4 in the last episode. Interesting. And I want to say, like, episode 6 is the shortest of all the episodes. Interesting they would put like 4 pages in there. And episode 5 isn't that long either. Episodes 5 and 6 are actually pretty easy. There are hard parts in each of them, but neither episode is just too difficult. Like I was saying earlier, the hardest episodes in the whole game are episodes 2 and 3. Once you get past 2 and 3, the rest of it is sort of a downhill experience. And that's pretty nice. 4 is really long, but it's not that difficult. And as you can see, we got through it like 6.5 hours. But that was, again, because I knew what I was doing. If not, it probably would have been double that. But here's my last tip for Alan Wake. So if you are trying to go for all the trophies or all the achievements, depending on what system you're on, there is a achievement or trophy where you have to complete the first half of this episode, episode 5, The Clicker, without dying. So she's going to let us go, and we're going to run through the town of Bright Falls, and we have to make it all the way through, and it can be a challenge, but you have to make it all the way through to the very end of this first half of the episode and not die. Now, this has to be done in one go. So if you die and you start back automatically at a checkpoint, that's not good enough. You have to restart the episode. Now, I have this trophy, but I screwed up. And here's how I screwed up. So don't make the same mistake I make. I always leave the game at the beginning of the next episode, just like I'm going to do right now. But when I leave this, it essentially saves the game right here at the beginning of the episode. Even though I didn't do anything, I didn't even walk out of the cell, the next time I come to play this game, when I relaunch it right here, if I just click on continue from the main menu, then what's going to happen is the game is going to think that I didn't make the attempt to survive the first half of episode 5 in one go, even though I really did, because I didn't attempt to do anything right now. And so even if I make it all the way through town and I don't die, I'm not going to get that achievement or trophy. It's not going to pop. So if you do what I do, which is you wait till you get to the beginning of the next episode to kind of get a sneak preview of what's going to happen next, the next time, actually I'll even show you, the next time you go to start this game, instead of just clicking on continue game, click on new game. Actually, don't click on new game. Don't do that. Don't do that. Sorry. Click on episodes, and then it's going to ask what difficulty. So select your difficulty, whatever that might be. I did this second playthrough on easy mode, but hey, if you're super gung-ho and you want to go for it on Nightmare, go for it on Nightmare. And then select your episode. Select episode 5, and then click it, and then hit start. And then it will be like you're launching in episode 5 for the very first time. You're going to get the cutscenes again right at the beginning of episode 5. And then you can play through and try to go for the trophy. Again, I didn't do that, and I actually made it all the way through, and it didn't work out for me. And what's even worse is that you're really not supposed to speed run Alan Wake. Off stream, I tried to get the trophy throughout the week, and for the next 3 to 4 days, I couldn't do it. And either I couldn't do it because... Actually, at first I couldn't do it because the game was crashing multiple times. The game literally crashed me over 10 times. And because I was getting frustrated at the game crashing, I started to lose focus, and I started dying on my run-throughs. And so it's just a really long, hard process to do. So take your time. Don't try to speed run it. Make sure you're always aware of your surroundings. And remember, if you leave off at the beginning of episode 5 like I'm doing, go into episodes, launch episode 5 from the episode list on whatever difficulty you want to do it on, and go from there. So otherwise you're going to waste a lot of time and effort. Don't do that. But that's been it. Actually, there was one other thing I wanted to say too, and this is about the episode we just finished, episode 4. It was kind of cool that in the flashback with Alan Wake, as he was going, or just before he crashed off the highway, which happens like halfway through episode 1, as the camera was above his car, as he was swerving, you actually saw a log truck with logs scattered across the road, like it had an accident. And that explains why at the very end of episode 1 in Alan Wake, if you choose to wander onto the road outside of the gas station and turn to the right and run down there, that's why it's blocked off. So that's pretty neat. And there's actually cars down there. And that kind of sort of explains why if you go that way, enemies spawn out of nothing. It's because cars tried to cross the road, they couldn't, the darkness took them over and it pulled them out into the woods. And those are the people who try to attack you if you try to run all the way down there, which you actually do in order to obtain an item. I don't remember if it's a manuscript page or a coffee thermos. But then also if you just turn to the left and you run all the way down there, there's something else blocking the roadway on the left. I don't remember what it is. But enemies will also try and spawn and kill you. But there's nothing on the far left in episode 1. But anyway, that's been tonight's stream. So I thank you for joining me. Before we conclude, I always like to give thanks where thanks is due. So I'm going to give some shout-outs. And then I'm going to set up a raid and a host. And after that, I'm going to make some closing announcements while we hop on over to someone else's channel, and I know where we're going unless this person ends their stream before we can raid them. Okay, yeah, they're still on. And, yeah, and we'll sit in their stream for a while. I'm pretty energized. It's not really that late for me either. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, which is much earlier than yesterday's stream. Yesterday's stream didn't end until, like, I think it was about 6 o'clock in the morning. No, it's either 5:30 or 6 o'clock. I think it was like 5:30 in the morning. I don't think I got to sleep until like 6 o'clock in the morning. But, yeah, let's go on ahead and give out some thank yous. So, let me scroll back up here. First, I want to say specifically thank you to everyone who kept me company during the stream chat. The more the merrier. I love to share these experiences with as many people as possible. And so let me say thank you. And to those of you who I know are fellow streamers, I always like to give you shout outs. So let me do that. Shout out to Creepy. And I can't see the chat right now because I'm scrolling. Actually, I can do that. Can I? Yes, I can. So shout out to Creepy. Feel free to grace him with a follow. He was last casting Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. He also likes science fiction exploration games and science fiction first-person shooters. Let's see. Also, thanks goes out to Indy. I call him Indy for short. His full stream name is Indigestible Man. There we are. Shout out to Indy, last casting Apex Legends. He likes his multiplayer competitive first-person shooters like Call of Duty, like Apex, every once in a while Valorant. And so check him out if you like competitive shooters. Scrolling further down. I don't think Fusion streams, but thank you, Fusion, for being here and stream as well. And Ink Ribbon. Shout out to Ink Ribbon X. Ink Ribbon is primarily, I want to say primarily because I haven't seen all of her streams, but I want to call her a horror streamer. So I've only ever seen her, for the most part, stream horror games. I have seen her stream role-playing games, but the RPGs I have seen her play are tinged with horror. Those being Parasite Eve 1 and Parasite Eve 2. But she loves her horror games. She was saying on stream earlier, she's played through Layers of Fear, she's played through Outlast. Even her stream name, Ink Ribbon X, is a reference to the save method in the Resident Evil series. Excuse me. Because that's her favorite horror series. She's been streaming through Silent Hill. So if you're a fan of horror games, like I am, give her a follow. Check her out. She's pretty cool. And is that? Yes, that is everyone. So, again, thank you to all of those people who get me company in stream tonight. Also, thanks goes out to the lurkers. I know you could be anywhere doing pretty much anything, and you chose to spend time hanging out in my stream. And I hope that I was able to entertain you to a degree. And perhaps I will see you again. Yes, there we go. Ink was last streaming Silent Hill Homecoming. Cool, cool. So, we're going to head on over and raid... I call him Slayer. His stream name is Guns of the Helghast. And he has been eagerly awaiting the release of a PlayStation exclusive called Horizon Forbidden West. And we're going to go on ahead and head on over there and see how he's doing, see how the game is. And let me see here. He's only been streaming now for like 45 minutes. So looks like his stream is just getting underway. So we're probably going to be watching him for a while. But that's where I'm going to spend probably the remaining hours of my night, unless he calls stream early. So let me go ahead and set up the raid, and then we'll get our closing announcements. Let me take this off. There we go. Free my ears of it. Okay. Raid channel. There we go. Alright, the raid has started. So, closing announcements. Again, thank you everyone for joining me tonight. I hope to do this again with you next Saturday. And if you are a fan of horror games, and specifically Alan Wake Remastered, or Alan Wake, I guess, then we will stream through all of Episode 5 of Alan Wake Remastered next Saturday night. Nightmare mode difficulty, trying to look for the few hidden manuscript pages that you can only recover in Nightmare mode difficulty. And that will be next Saturday from 8 o'clock at night to at least 11 o'clock at night Eastern US time. The next time I'll be streaming in general will be Sunday night, pretty much today. Sunday night from 8 p.m. Eastern to at least 11 p.m. Eastern, with a romantic comedy full motion video game called 5 Dates. We're going to have kind of a co-stream. We're going to have another streamer friend of mine called Misplaced, and she will join us for sort of her own take, her own playthrough through this. And, you know, gaming isn't just about gaming, it's about sharing the experience. So if you think that'll be cool, stop on by and we'll have ourselves some heartfelt laughter. So perhaps I'll see you next Saturday, or tomorrow, or in Slayer's stream. Have a good night.